Good morning. Today is August 12th, 2025. I'm Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board. I now call the August meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and those watching online. We appreciate you joining us today. We have 10 members. Yep, everybody seated at the board table. Commissioner Watson is on my immediate left. Vice Chair Danny Zeck is on his left. Next to me is Board Attorney Mark Ferguson, and who will be at our far right is our lovely Board Secretary Deborah Bremer. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. We will now rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, minutes. Sorry, I almost skipped right over that. I am ready to receive a motion pertaining to the minutes or any comments of the July 8th and 9th, 2025 State Board meeting. Anybody? Betty, do we have a second? Michelle? Okay, everybody in favor? Opposed? Present not voting. So that's a 9-0-1 vote for the minutes. Okay, the agenda. We do have a couple of changes. Tuesday, today, we will be not having item number 17, so that will not be occurring. And then on Wednesday, which I think it's correct in your computer stuff, but we had a change as Virginia Crossland-Maka was unable to come due to a family situation, so that has made a change. And did we add in the presentation? I'm sorry, I'm scrambling here. Yes, we will be having just a quick receive item, so to speak, of the NASB membership dues, which are up for renewal. So with those things in play, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? And then is there anything, yes, to pull from the consent? Are we all good on it too? Okay, so approval of the agenda. Melanie, second. Betty, all in favor? 10-0 vote. Wonderful, thank you. And may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Betty, second. Dennis, all in favor? Also a 10-0 vote. Thank you, everybody. Our first presentation of the day, Dr. Watson. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, Board, good to see all of you. I hope you get to join me. Several of you get to join me. as I have started to embark on the back to school. And Dennis is in Great Bend on Friday. I know you couldn't join us, and I'll be in Scott City about as soon as we hit the gavel to adjourn. I'll be traveling out to Scott City, and then Hayes, Fredonia. I'll be in Fredonia a little bit later, Jim. But I hope you can join. It's such an exciting time of year, and I'm reminded of those kindergartners where the backpack is bigger than they are, and they're running in. Dads are crying. Oh, my little one's going. The kid can't wait. And it's just an exciting time of year. I was corresponding this morning with a young lady who is part of our Kansas Future Teacher Academy. She's getting ready to start her senior year at Emporia High School. She's just so excited, for her senior year and wants to be a teacher. And anyway, today Shane Carter is not with us because he's with his son who just completed, I'm going to mess this up probably, what I call basic training. Debbie, you'll know this better, at West Point. And so he's in the class of 29, I believe. And so Shane's there sending pictures, back, just such a proud dad moment. And I know that you're excited for the start of the school year as we think about how we can help students be successful, right? That intense focus on how we help them be successful. And I often think, I hear this sometimes from adults, not so much from kids, but, I don't know the kids these days. And that's probably been going on forever. I think probably my grandparents said that, I don't know about the kids these days. And, what I found, kids really want the same type of things. They want structure, they want challenge, they want to be loved. They really want those things. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So anyway, I think we have a, great opportunity in 25, 26 to really help our schools and our teachers just do remarkable things. I got a chance, as you know, to travel a little bit. And what you also probably know about me is I don't like to leave the state of Kansas very much because we have a lot of work to do. But I agreed for 1 year to serve on a vacant board of directors for people like me in other states. But I said, I'll only finish out that 1 year, and that's this year. And so I went to their conference, and I just want to share a few things about it. It was in California. Dennis, the first thing I noticed, the strawberries were really good. Strawberries, what happens by the time we ship them from there to here? Because they were so good. And I was like, give me more. They just had fresh strawberries all day long, and I just was eating them. Many discussions on AI technology. A lot of states are wrestling with, and I'll talk more about that. What does it mean? And I will tell you, I was just talking to Jake Steele about this yesterday. 6 months ago, literally just 6 months ago, I think you could say, now you look at it and go, well, the world is moving fast, really fast, a lot of money. And when companies put a lot of money in something, it's usually going to happen in any sector. And so we'll talk more about a lot of discussions, states around that. Almost every state is reorganizing. And a lot of that has to do not only with what happened at the state level, but the federal level. We are in the early process of doing that, try to save some money on space here in the agency because space is really costly in state government. And then there were the disruptions that are occurring and then being reinstalled. We'll talk more about that, but every state's talking about what are we going to do in this uncertain time. So those are just some things that I learned, and I just wanted to share those with you. Also, right before we got started, I got to spend some time with some remarkable people from the Jobs for America's Graduates called JAG. JAG is a not-for-profit organization that hire people to go into mostly high schools, some middle schools, and work with young people. They are funded by a variety of sources, both public and private. And I just want to tell you, there are some remarkable people. They are in inner cities, and then they're also in rural places, again, wherever school districts have asked them. But they help young people that are behind on the path to graduation and try to help them. They've had a big impact on graduation. In Kansas, the average percent of kids graduating from their program is just under 95%. And these are kids off track to graduate that get put in this program. So very proud of that. And I thought we'd have them present maybe this fall to you about the work that they do. Again, it's just a partner with us, but a very important one. Reminder, we do a podcast every month. And it's riveting. You have to listen if you drive a lot, right, Kathy? If you drive a lot, it's always about an hour. This month, which releases on Thursday, if you're driving, we have someone you know really well, Ben Proctor, and Blake Vargas talking about rigor. I'll speak a little bit more about that, but why it matters, why academic rigor really matters, what we need to do about it. And the good news, as you know about podcasts, you can go start with whatever one you want to start with, and you can end with whatever we end with. But we shoot that usually the very first of the month. It takes our comms people, Tiffany, about a week to put it all together, edit it, get everything ready to go, and then we'll always try to release it this week of the board meeting so that you know that cycle, and encourage people to listen. We do it really to try to inform parents and caretakers that have kids in school as to what we could do. So I want to talk a little about rigor and high expectations what it looks like, because we say those words, and then everyone says, yeah, we have those. Yeah, we have those. Well, what are we really talking about? So I'll give some statements, and you all will do this. Yeah, I agree with that. And then we'll talk about, let me show you how it plays out. So how about we teach the Kansas standards at a level 3 and 4, that's called a depth of understanding, every day to every student. Yeah, that's what we ought to do, right? Except, think about this. Who gets pulled out of class? Kids in special ed. Kids that have other needs. And where are we going to pull them during the day? Well, we could pull them from art. Oh, I really like art, Michelle. I don't want to be pulled from art. A parent may say that. So where do we pull them? Anywhere we pull them, there's going to be a loss of instruction. And we do that, and then what did they miss? There's clear research that keeping them in class with that high-level instruction, then doing that other tutoring or helping them after that time is more important than taking them out of those environments. But that happens. When you get to the middle school and high school, again, going on right now, we're enrolling and we're getting ready to go, and class schedules are coming out, and have at least one in your household is getting that class schedule, Melanie, and taking a look at that. So I'll just use a high school, Tonganoxie High School, or we could use Fredonia High School. I'm going to be in English class, freshman English, at Highland Park or any of our schools. How many options do I have? It's not a trick question. How many options to take freshman English or ninth grade English, whatever it's called, either freshman? At least probably 3 in almost every high school. We have an on-grade level, just called freshman English. We may have an honors or an AP or some pre-AP, but something that's maybe, if it's not above grade level, it's we're going to go faster, we're going to give more. And then we usually have something that may not even show up in the schedule called remedial English. And that means not every student's going to get taught to high standards. And we do that because we're kind. We say, well, someone's behind. Dr. New, when they got to Highland Park, they're behind. Not our fault, but teachers, well, that kid can't read very well, can't do math very well, so let's put them in a course where they can do well. And they will. But they fall further behind. We have to think about the end game, which is what happens to every student when they leave us. Because when they leave us, then we're done. We're done. And so we have to tilt these odds that they're not going to be behind when they leave us. So we want to accelerate that. So I'll give you an example that I was looking at just back when I was superintendent. We found this, that students that got to 8th grade and got to Algebra 1 did remarkably better and took more advanced math. Now they got there, Michelle, because they were usually pretty talented in mathematics coming out of elementary. And so you know what we did at McPherson? Dennis, instead of going into math 1 as in 6th grade, we put the advanced kids into math 2. They skipped math 1, and then they would go into pre-algebra 7th grade, and they'd go into algebra. So you know what we did? We talked to staff. We just made that the default. Parent, if you don't want your kid in math 2, let us know, and we'll take them out. And we went from 40% of the kids to 85% of the kids in math 2. And guess what? Our failure rate did not increase. Kids rose to that expectation. Now, we had to help some kids because they were behind. Can't just, right? But the same failure rate that was happening in math 1, we didn't see an increase because we were accelerating kids because we wanted their opportunities to be there. Here's another thing that's really important, and it starts really young now. Students that are in 2 to 5 activities in middle school and high school show a remarkable success later on in life. And if they have leadership in one of those, it's really great. Beyond 5, you start to get a diminished return. You're almost in too many. All right, but 2 to 5 is a sweet spot, okay? Now, I'm not talking about a club that maybe meets once a month. I'm talking about debate or FFA or football, right? I'm talking about those type of things. And with sports and with band and with orchestra in particular, guess where that starts? Really, today starts. More so, Danny, than when we were raising our kids. It starts with club sports in the elementary. And a lot of kids are washing out because, oh, I'm not that good in soccer. Well, you don't have to be good in soccer, but by being a part of a team and having to get up early in the morning and go to weights, or having to get up early in the morning and march right now as the marching bands are practicing all across Kansas on parking lots, and says you're going to achieve something. Those directors, you've seen those CTSO directors and FBLA, they're driving those kids. 2 to 5 activities, those kids do better. Start to take a look. I will tell you this, we tracked those kids that were not in anything, in middle school and high school at McPherson when I was there for over 20 years. We had one student that was engaged in 2 to 5 activities with leadership, one that did not graduate high school. 1 out of 20 years. The dropouts, the kids really struggling, were also not engaged. Now, again, that's hard when they get to high school because you say, well, why don't you go out for cross country? Oh, I've never run in my life. I'm not going out for cross country. Why don't you go be in the choir? I don't sing, because all that starts in middle school and 4th and 5th grade. But these are things that schools can do to show that we have high expectations for students, that we really want rigorous things. And oftentimes in the elective areas, guess who attracts those? You've seen the Wellsville FBLA program. It's a teacher. It's a teacher that's going above and beyond, or a coach or a sponsor saying, come be in our program. Those are just some examples of what we can do today when we say, what is rigor? It's not more homework. It's not more worksheets. It's raising the expectation. By the way, behavior is the same way. All right? My 4-year-old granddaughter, and those of you that don't have grandkids yet, you are just missing out. I'm telling you. Because it is so good. Even my daughter says, I don't think you were this nice to me when I was growing up. No, because it's a different game. Okay? Jim's heard that too, right? It's a different game. So my 4-year-old was spending the night the other night before I drove to Great Bend. And she came over, and she wasn't in the best of mood. A 4-year-old? And she's doing this. And Grandma said, are you angry? Yes, I said, well, we don't behave that way. You need to use your words and tell me that you're angry, and we'll talk about it. But you're not going to stomp around and pitch a fit in the house. You're setting the standard for behavior, right? We're acknowledging your feeling, which is something's irritated you, but we're not going to tolerate the behavior. Again, just setting the standard. It wasn't harsh. It wasn't, you got to go sit in the corner, right? It was, and she, accommodated that. That's what high standards are. It's the expectation that I think you can do this. Oftentimes kids don't believe they can. That's where adults come in. And there's a lot of private conversations, Betty, that goes on, right? No, you can do this, right? And sometimes it's words of encouragement. Sometimes, Connie, it's the kick in the rear, but you do that when you have a relationship with kids. And that's what's going to start here in the fall as we go through it. I love this little, who's hungry to win? Who wants to do what it takes to win? Which is every day you have to be consistent in this behavior. When you're a high school principal and you have kids that have believed their whole life that I'm not worth anything for whatever reason, I'm not putting any fault on it. That's how they feel. You don't change that in 2 days. It may take years. That kid will look at you and scowl at you and say nasty things to you, and you stay at it. You stay at it because they're worth it, and you don't give up. And you'll see a little progress. Again, everyone, reminded of you set the high standard, but you're there with them. Reminded of the old adage of John Wooden, the famous basketball coach at UCLA, getting ready to start basketball practice one year. His All-American comes riding in on his bicycle, Bill Walton, hair down to here. Said, Bill, we have a policy on hair. Yes, Coach Wooden, but I want you to know I don't think you're listening to me as an individual. I said, no, Bill, I appreciate you as an individual, and we're really going to miss you on this team. And he got on his bike and went and got his haircut and came back. Because I appreciate that, but on our team, this is the way that we're going, and we're going to support you in that, right? We have to support you in what it takes. All right, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. On the way down here, and I haven't even had a chance to respond, we had a teacher that emailed me about cell phones and said, boy, it would be really nice if the state of Kansas gave us some guidance on this. I will send that to her over the lunch hour. You commissioned a Blue Ribbon Task Force. Some of the people here in the audience participated, basically said that task force said we should limit screen time, cell phone usage in schools. You said put that out because that's got to be a local decision with conversation, but here's good research. But there's some other things that are on your mind. So we'd like to bring you some research on district-issued technology devices. Because right now, I know you're concerned about some devices in school. What we don't know is how much money is being spent, how much is being used. We can bring that to you in October and then have a robust discussion, then ask the question, where do you want to go from here? Right? Because here's the data, so that we're not just saying, well, here's what I think, here's what I saw in one school. Here's the data, and then from there we can decide, right? Also, I mentioned AI. We'd like next month to start monthly discussions because this is moving so fast and changing so often. And my guess is most of you don't use AI very much. Some maybe not at all. And others of you dabble in it, maybe some, but it's moving so fast. And the way you know this, do a Google search today. 6 months ago, if you did a Google search, you would have gotten the traditional. And that it seems strange to say that, Jim, because like Google's been here our whole lives, right, Michelle? You would have seen this list of all these Google searches and who shows up at the top. Two algorithms. Who shows up at the top? Sponsors. Who paid to have their place up at the top, and your search history. Those are the two algorithms that it's using. Now, right now, you do that same Google search. What's the first thing Google does? It gives you an AI-generated answer. All right, I just want you to think about that from their business model. They don't get any advertisement. Who's paying for that? No one. It's not taking you to a sponsored site. I'm just giving you a tip of the iceberg of what we're seeing. And billions of dollars are being poured into this technology, probably even more than the creation of the internet. So we want you to be able to talk about what is the impact on teachers, what's the impact on students, what should be things we should be talking about, and then do this every month so as things change, it's in front of you, and you're learning about it, and you're asking deep questions. Those three then, or however we end up doing all three in terms of report, would bring really a three-part series, if you would, of technology and guidance to schools that we could give over time, so that we have kind of looked at all three of these areas. I listened when I was in California, states that had adopted policies on AI. Like, wow, those are so generic. I think things are just changing so rapidly. I think we would be back in front of you every 3 months, 6 months, the new recommendation on policy. So I think this maybe will help me, help all of you make good decisions on what we want to do with schools and what advice we want to give the local school boards who are wrestling with the same thing. Okay, I'll go back to district issue technology devices. Okay, so in my generation, no computers. All right, when I first started to teach, we had a Commodore PET computer. It was this all-in-one Tandy Radio Shack type thing, kind of the school version of the Commodore 64, Michelle. Okay, I actually had a tape drive to a Texas Instrument 99.4A at home, tape drive, not a 5 1/4 floppy, a cassette tape. That's where the software was loaded. So why have districts gone to one-to-one and adopted? Initially, it was cost. Danny's asked the question, is it true today that that's cost effective? I don't know. We should ask that question. We should know, what is the cost of a biology book? What is the cost if Shawnee Mission buys that online? What's the cost of doing a device in someone's hands? What's the cost of the infrastructure, right? Because why are districts doing it? We should flesh all that out, because no one's doing this, in order to try to harm kids. We're trying to help kids, but we know more. Both my parents smoked. Why? Because the Surgeon General had yet to come out and tell them that it was bad for you. By the time the Surgeon General did that in the early 60s, my parents were hooked. So it took them a while before, and then more data came out, right? We're learning about this information. And finally, do you know this young man? Burl, he sat for at least 6 years right where you are, okay? But he also sat, Danny, where you sat. He was the vice chair of the State Board of Ed. He served for the State Board. This is John Bacon. This is Michelle's predecessor. He served from 1999 to 2019, 20 years on the State Board. He's the mayor of Olathe, and he's been on the city council for probably the same number of years, about 25. Unfortunately, John was a great State Board member, and of course he rarely said anything at a State Board meeting. He was very, very quiet, if you knew John. But the reason I bring it up, he's a wonderful person. He lives in Olathe. He served as the liaison for the School for the Deaf, and his office is right across the street from the School for the Deaf, and he was very proud of that liaison work that he did. Unfortunately, one of his children was killed in a tragic accident. So our thoughts, our prayers go out to the Bacon family, and I just wanted, because John was so instrumental and thought so much of all of you and the work that you do, I just want to pay tribute to their family today. And with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for any questions.
Betty, I heard that.
I was scrambling trying to get my name on there, so I'm glad you heard me. Just want to mention, when you were talking about visiting, going out and sharing schools starting on, Derby has invited me, and I want to give a great shout out to them and encourage other districts that if they want their State Board members, just let us know, and we'd be happy. I mean, I'm delighted to go visit schools with them on Thursday. So just wanted to add that to your list.
Thank you, Betty, and I should have said that. Please, reach out and say, I'd be happy, if you have the time, happy to come. As you know, and I will do this in Scott City, one of the first things we do is a little pop quiz. It's a 2-question pop quiz. Dennis has watched me do this many times. I give them 10 seconds so they can't use their phones, because I just want to see. How many State Board members are there? Give me the number, and how many can you name? The most common answer I get on the number of state board members is
7.
7, because that's how many are on a local board. Okay, they're shocked to hear 10. Why is there an even number? Because that's the way the Constitution did. I have no idea why, but right? And then how many can you name? Most common answer is a tie, 0 or 1. And that's even if you're sitting in the audience. And I say to them, you need to get to know your state board member, right? And so thank you, Betty, for that plug, because it's important. These are faculty. These are school people I'm asking this question to. This isn't the Kiwanis Club. So I would hope that they would know who you are, and many do not.
Yeah. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for all of that. I want to talk about so many things, so I'm going to stick to just one right now. You talked about CCSSO and the federal funding disruptions. Do you want to say any more about the impacts that you're seeing right now in the department?
If you don't mind, we're going to talk about that tomorrow morning when Frank's here, and I'll be happy to talk more about that. But if we could just wait till then, if that's
Kind of
okay.
thought you might say that. All right, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to, you talked about the Blue Room Task Force, and people are still talking about cell phone use. Sometimes when I'm talking to people and they're so solely focused on the cell phone, and then I say to them, well, what about if I just decide to pull out my personal magazine that I want to look at, and I'm starting to read that magazine in the middle of class while the teacher's instructing, and then their mouths like drop over. They're like, well, or I decide to bounce my ball. I'm just going to take out my tennis ball and I'm just going to start bouncing. That's a behavioral issue, right? So they're doing something that's distracting to the classroom, and so it's not always just the cell phone. It's other behaviors. So we have to. The thing you have to go down to, it's not the cell phone necessarily that's a problem, it's the behavioral issues in the problem. It's the kid disrespecting the teacher and the rest of the classroom. So when you bring it into that, they're like, oh, I go, well, how do you handle that? They think about other things. Well, we do this. Well, then that's how you should handle a cell phone. You've brought something out that's distracting to the class. You're not paying attention to the teacher, most likely. So it's a behavioral issue. So I just wanted to bring that in. It's not just the private use of somebody's cell phone. It's maybe, like I said, pulling out a magazine that you brought from home, or bouncing a ball, or throwing something up in the ceiling, or whatever it is, tapping a pencil. You're distracting the classroom. So again, we're addressing behaviors more so than the personal cell phone. I just wanted to.
Thank you, Michelle.
I don't see anybody else. I do want to say along the line of your podcast that you're doing to encourage everybody, if you're not listening to them.
It's free.
Had
Can I
to,
mention
it is
it's free?
It's free. I had to, I actually wasn't driving in this particular instance. I was doing some stuff at my desk. But I caught up and listened to the summer slide one and the chronic absenteeism. And I mean, they were really, really good. It was so good to just hear the different perspectives because you always have educators on there and sometimes other people, it's always depending on the situation. But the chronic absenteeism one really did catch my attention too. Like, it was really interesting what districts are doing to deal with that and to pull kids back into school. And some of the stories were just really neat. But just wanted to add to your plug about your podcast. They really have been very informative.
We're trying to be number one.
Right.
We may have some growth to go.
Spotify, Apple.
Yeah, wherever you get, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, we're everywhere.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go back to a little bit what Randy said and what Michelle was saying. You mean we want students to have accountability?
That's right. You and I had a conversation. We had a lovely breakfast not too long ago, and we talked about there's a difference between who's responsible and who's accountable, and we need both. And again, I think been doing this a long time. I think Jim would agree. I think kids want to be accountable. They want to be fairly accountable, and they want to have high standards, and they want someone to walk alongside them.
Yes.
But we have to have both of that. Danny, you're right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. Next up is Citizens Open Forum. And during Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:35 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only. And Board Attorney Mark Ferguson next to me will be holding up cards as the time comes down and keeping time for that. So just so everybody's aware. Our first speaker is...
Madam Chair, we're going to hold you accountable.
We're talking about accountability to the 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 Smart Alex. Our first speaker is Kim Whitman. Kim, welcome. I have some shenanigans going on up here, but come on in.
Sounds like it. Good morning. My name is Kim Whitman. I'm a parent of 2 teenagers that attend public school in Kansas. Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, and members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you again this month. Our shared commitment to every student's success compels me to continue to raise concerns about the dependence on devices and ed tech products in our schools. Once heralded as the silver bullet for academic achievement, this tech-centric approach has not delivered on its promises. Test scores have slipped, and excessive screen time has contributed to rising anxiety, depression, loneliness, and attention fragmentation among our students. It has also caused an uptick in behavior challenges, cyberbullying incidents, and privacy breaches during the school day. Districts need clear guidance from the State Board of Education to reverse course. Let us return to research-based traditional teaching methods that foster growth, not just intellectually, but socially, emotionally, and physically. Today, I respectfully ask the board to adopt the following resolution adapted from the Burke County Schools in North Carolina. A resolution encouraging balanced instruction through reduced screen use. Whereas, the Kansas State Board of Education is committed to ensuring that all students receive a high-quality education that promotes academic excellence, critical thinking, and long-term retention of knowledge. And whereas research consistently shows that handwriting and reading from paper materials enhance comprehension, memory retention, and cognitive engagement compared to reading or writing on digital screens. Whereas pen and paper instruction encourages focus, minimizes distractions often associated with electronic devices, and fosters the development of fine motor skills and personal responsibility in note-taking and organization. And whereas excessive screen time has been linked to increased eye strain, reduced attention spans, sleep disturbances, and negative effects on mental health, particularly in children and adolescents. And whereas many educators and parents in Kansas have expressed a strong preference for traditional methods and reduce dependency on technology and encourage deeper learning. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Kansas State Board of Education affirms its support for pen and paper instruction as the primary mode of learning in classrooms, particularly for note-taking, reading comprehension, writing, and assessments. And be it further resolved, the school districts in Kansas will prioritize investments in physical learning materials, including printed textbooks, notebooks, and writing supplies, and will provide professional development to educators on maximizing the effectiveness of traditional instructional methods. And be it further resolved that the board encourages the responsible and limited use of digital devices, reserving screen time for activities where technology offers clear evidence-based instructional advantages. Thank you for your consideration to adopt this resolution for the state of Kansas.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, next up will be Judith Deedy, and then Emily Brownlee. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I'm here today as a parent and a public education advocate. As a parent, I have been aware of the disconnect between the Kansas assessment, cut scores, and academic achievement since the new assessment was administered about 10 years ago. That's when my oldest child, who had consistently scored 5s on the old Kansas assessment and around the 99th percentile on the MAP test, scored a 3, not 4, on the new Kansas assessment. My child continued to get 3s as she went through her academic career, while going on to get high scores on the ACT, the PSAT. She was a commended scholar for the PSAT, and graduated with honors from a highly selective college. The Kansas assessment has persistently been an outlier for all 3 of the children in my own family and for thousands of students across the state, as data has showed. The cut scores were designed to be aspirational, but they overshot even that standard. In a state where about 30% of adults have a 4-year college degree, ACT college readiness correlated with the bottom of level 3 and even the top of level 2. NAEP determined that Kansas's cut scores were among the highest in the country, and Kansas is one of only a handful of states tying their proficient level to NAEP proficient, which is commonly understood to be a very high level of achievement. I'm quoting now from an article, The NAEP Proficiency Myth, published on the Brookings website in 2016, which says, NAEP officials urge that proficient not be interpreted as reflecting grade level work. It is a standard set much higher than that. The highest scoring nations of the world would appear to be mediocre or poor performers if judged by the NAEP proficient standard. Even large numbers of U.S. calculus students fall short. As states consider building benchmarks for student performance into accountability systems, they should not use NAEP proficient or any standard aligned with NAEP proficient as a benchmark. It is an unreasonable expectation, one that ill serves America's students, parents, and teachers, and the effort to improve America's schools. As data continue to roll in, the Department of Education found large numbers of students scoring level 2 achieving post-secondary success, and that's even with several large categories like military enlistment inaccessible, as Dr. Watson explained to the board several months ago. In short, adjusting cut scores is not lowering our standards, but rather improving the predictability and reliability of this point-in-time assessment to more accurately reflect student achievement levels. The increasing focus on state assessments and misuse of performance, oh my goodness, that went fast.
It does go fast.
It went faster when I read it at home, but you do have, I sent this in an email. I
Yes.
just wanted to also publicly address the board and hope you will do some consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Emily Brownlee.
I always bring my own timer because I can't see that far. That's bad eyesight. So, thank you. My name is Emily Brownlee. Thank you for listening to me for 3 months in a row. A little bit about me. I'm from Overland Park. I have a BA in Communication Studies, a Master's in Education, and I am on national teams for multiple nonprofits. And my passion is to empower kids to live a life off toxic screens. And I do that by giving workshops nationwide to kids, teens, parents, and educators. Today, I am going to read a few information about kids and brains and screens and what it does to them by Victoria Dunkley, Reset Your Child's Brain. She is a psychiatrist in Los Angeles. She is a pioneer in the screen space and is on our medical board at ScreenStrong. So right here it talks about how screen time effects translate to cognitive symptoms. So we have mechanisms, neurotransmitter dysregulation, reduced blood flow to frontal lobe, unnatural stimulation, and light at night, sensory overload, sedentary behavior. The repercussions of those are altered serotonin, melatonin, and dopamine levels, sleep disruption, desynchronized biorhythms, brain inflammation, electrical excitability, and repressed energy. The symptoms and disorders that we see are inattention, poor impulse control, poor executive function, non-restorative sleep, poor frustration tolerance, psychosis, and disorganized thinking. And then when we talk about how it affects our social problems, we have mechanisms, our repeated fight or flight reactions, artificial and excessive stimulation, intense psychological engagement, unnatural bright light, artificial social environment, reduced exposure to real life disappointments and conflicts. The repercussions are hyperarousal, overstimulation, irritability, reduced ability in brain's empathy area, desensitization to violence, stress hormones, reduced deep sleep, reduced frontal lobe activity, reduced serotonin levels, fragile or fragmented psyche. The symptoms and behaviors that we see are defensive reactions, diminished empathy and compassion for others, aggression, social anxiety, sense of mistrust, reduced capacity to tolerate disappointment, depressive moods, irresponsibility, inability to self-reflect, lack of close relationships, poor boundaries, defiance, poor eye contact, and difficulty reading social cues. That is all I have for today. Do we have any questions from the board?
I don't believe so.
I did it. Okay, made it before the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will officially close the State Board Citizens Open Forum at 10:46. We want to thank our speakers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and ideas with us. Thank you very much. Before we move on, I'm going to take just a moment. I want to real quickly just read from our policy, boardsmanship expectations. Listen and show on, so it's 1006A, 3, and 4. Listen and show courtesy and respect for one another and staff. Treat the public and all presenters with professional courtesy. And I'm going to add to that, we should probably think about our cell phone use at the table. Respect other board members and their opinions. Accept that there will be differences which should not be taken personally. Always attempt to find common ground. I just want to bring that forward and remind us all that when we do business at the table, we can do it respectfully to each and every person at the table, as well as our presenters. So, thank you. Our next up is, oh, look at that, Dr. Watson, once again.
You miss me, Zach.
We're going to act on board goals.
I know we haven't talked about this at all this year in 2025, but I'm passing out to you. I'll go over in just a second. You know, the board, every 2 years, just I know you know this, but maybe for people listening, every 2 years we have an election in Kansas in November where 5 board members are up for election. And that will be true next November. November of 2026. And in that, some incumbents run and some incumbents decide not to run and some people are replaced. And so in January, after those elections, we elect board officers and we start a series of discussions about what does that board want to focus on, not exclusively, but where's our focus for the next 2 years. And sometimes that's taken a short period of time. This year has not taken a short period of time. It's taken a long period of time, which is fine. And so that's what we've been engaged with is, again, we try to figure out what is it that we have to do. Remember I talked about our daily practices. What does this board need to do on a regular cycle to move students to further success? What I've passed out to you is over several months, and it was several months, we captured what you said, and you've seen this. This is not new. I'm just giving it back to you again. These are the comments that brought together. Everyone, I'm going to guarantee you, every one of you are going to look at this and go, I never said that. No, but someone's did. Not just someone's did because we compiled them together. I'll show you that because then my challenge were to take all of those and move them into what out of this is in common. Because we can't work on every one of these. If KISA is our example, if you have too many goals, we get nothing accomplished. Right? We just become fragmented, and all we become is, well, we're just going to talk about things, but nothing happens. So I've tried to pull those together for you and say, where can our focus be? And I think over the last several months, we've continued to try to narrow those down. That does not mean that when you see your comments kind of reflected on that it's any less valuable, because they're all very valuable. And that's, again, what helped us formulate this work. So January, February, March, April, May, that's the time that we met in small groups. And then I brought you, first of all, this draft. Betty very clearly said, too many, Randy, too many. There's still too many goals. And I listened to that, and she may still say that today, but we've tried to narrow those down. If approved, then when we go through some cycles here, this will be our first look. Not our exclusive look, but our first look at, are we doing these things really well, and are these things in front of us as we go forward through the end of the next calendar year, not this year, because then a new board. 5 members of you will be up for election. Some of you may decide not to run. Some of you may run and we'll have new members. And anytime we have new members, there's a new culture that gets created. And then it takes us a while to generate that as a culture. So item number 1, quality school improvement, this is the dedication to the KISA process. Structural literacy, mathematics, the standards of which we teach. The academic, so all those academic comments are right there in this standard. It's supporting that. It's helping schools focus. It's helping schools make sure we get out of that. The challenge in 2025 as we open this school year, okay, the challenge is not 1968. That year had its own challenges. If you want to talk about a really tough time in American history, go back to 1968 if you think we're in tough times now. This isn't when I started school. It's not when some of your kids started school. What are the challenges in 2025? A lack of good quality educators in the classroom and in the buildings and in the superintendent's seat. Why? Because many of them left a little earlier than they anticipated because of COVID. Mass numbers. So having quality principals, quality superintendents, starts there, and then quality teachers, quality leadership development. These are people that are going to be outstanding in their field. As I mentioned to you many times, in my generation, if you wanted to be a superintendent of Leavenworth, Tonganoxie, certainly Wichita, of Spring Hill, of Fredonia, that time of Topeka, just go, of Haven, Shawnee Mission, Debbie of Goddard. Well, I will tell you, you didn't do that right out of college, and you did not do that as your first administrative job. We now have superintendents whose first administrative job as a superintendent is in a 3, 4, 5A school district. 10 years ago, we would not have seen that. They would have been deputy superintendents. They would have been in a 1A or 2A school for a while. They would have had time to hone their craft. So we have to help them gain additional skills faster than I had to gain them, because they're thrust in these positions and we don't want them to fail. That's the difference. So I will tell you, when you go out this fall, here's my prediction. We didn't see this 2 years ago. Dennis, you're going to see, yeah, we have almost all of our positions filled. 2 years ago, you didn't hear that. And then they'll say, I'm not sure we would have hired some of these people 5 years ago because the pool has really shrunk. Okay, that means we have to spend time then giving good professional development, quality leadership. And then we need to take a look at policy, regulation. I'm even going to say law, even though you have only influence over law. What are the things that are causing schools to do things that take away from their focus? Melanie, I would guess every time you talk to schools you represent, they say, oh, we just have to do so many reports or so many, why do we have to do these things? Some of those you control. And we ought to take a deep dive and look at those. And when there are things that do not make sense, we should say, we're not going to mandate that in regulation, or we're not going to put that in policy. If you want to do it, that's up to you, but we're going to take some things off your plate, or we're going to combine some things, or we're going to emphasize some things. That review is long overdue. Those three, then how would we go about doing it? Well, when Danny and Kathy and I sat down to plan the agenda, that would be the first thing we would look at. Where do each of those areas, where do we want to talk, what do we want to bring in front of the board? Won't be the only thing. That will be the starting place. So state board agendas. We'll start to set, the three of us will start to set where we want to be in 3 months and 6 months. What do we, and then we'll backward map from there. I'll do that in my commissioner's report each month. I will start here, right? How are we making progress? When our staff members get up, that they would focus on those too. The Friday notes, we'd have sections devoted to each one of those so you could clearly see where are we making progress, where are we not going as fast as we need to, what do we need to adjust to? And then what do you do? Go engage educators in your districts. Talk to them about what is it that you think we could take off your plate that doesn't make any sense to you to help a kid read? Right? Well, what is it? Maybe they have ideas. And same thing with your community engagements. When you're talking to community, or you're at the Kiwanis Club because they've asked you to come speak, or you're at the chamber and they've asked you to come speak, and they say, oh, what is it that that we can do to help people? So if you adopt these today, this would be our focus, not an exclusive focus, but this would help focus us on those three areas, and from now until this current board no longer is a current board, which will be the end of December of 2026. Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'll just leave that on the screen because I didn't run you a copy of that. I did send it to you in the Friday note, and you've seen it before. So.
Yes. Okay, board, do we have any discussion before we bring this to a vote? Betty?
Actually, I am so pleased to hear the idea of looking at what we require and what we can take away so the focus can best be on student education. That brought a big smile to my face, because when I go back to serving on the local board, that was one of the things that was so frustrating when things were mandated, but nothing was taken away. So it was just adding on, waiting for that straw. And so it does me good to hear that that's going to be critical, because when we talk about being able to teach and look at the levels that our kids are learning and what teachers are actually doing, to take away things that, or simplify things, gives them more time to do what we say we are about, which is making sure all kids, all of them, receive a quality education. So I'm just delighted. It really didn't require anything other than that pleases my heart. Thank you.
Betty,
and whenever.
Thank you. I say this oftentimes when we are building KISA. The more complex we make things, the more simple behavior we get in the field. Check a box. The more simple we make it, the more complex they can go. They're correlational in an opposite direction. Every one of you, this is human nature. This is the old Betty, everyone loves local control until we don't, right? And that's true for every one of you. So the challenge I will give to you if you adopt these is, yes, I know that you're passionate about that. Is that something that we need to mandate to schools? Because the more you try to get We get frustrated with them. And so the legislature does this too, right? You get frustrated with something, let's pass a law, let's pass a regulation, let's tell them to go do X. And what they do then is tell you, Kathy, I'm doing that. And then you go, well, they're not doing it very well because you don't have any control over the execution. There's not anyone on this board that teaches a kid to read on a daily basis, unless they're your own kids or you're volunteering time. What you have to do is incentivize the people doing that work to go do that work. And Betty, I think we can take a hard look at these things and we'll wrestle with them. And some of these things you're going to love. Oh, I think that ought to stay in there because I like it. And I think we ought to tell them to go do this. And that we may keep it there, but I think we ought to have the discussion about, is it serving our purpose?
Yes.
And may I add just one other thing too, just real quick, if I may. If I'm overstepping, I don't mind waiting.
Real quick.
Okay, real quick. The other thing that is also significant in this, there are many issues that have been brought forth that we talk about, but no real plan to execute that change. And that is so critical. Chronic absenteeism is something that we talk about, but how do we address that? So I'm excited.
Okay.
Thank you.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I was so excited to see this. I like the simplicity. I like where it's ended up. As you know, my passion is the quality leadership development part. I think that is so key, especially to keeping the teachers that we do have in buildings. We don't want to lose those folks, but you just described perfectly the journey that they used to have versus what they have now. Betty, I feel like you kind of handed me the segue. What is the plan? And so can you tell us just quickly, would we do board retreats? How would we go about setting those measures of progress in a way similar to our schools do with KISA?
If you adopt these today, I will start working on at least some draft that I can bring to you. If the board officers think we ought to do a retreat or we can just do that in this session, they'll determine that, Melanie, but we'll bring back what those measures of progress look like, what the timelines are. I know I've been chomping at the bit to do that, but I don't want to go that far if we're not going to have any board goals.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I think I'd mentioned before, it is so important that if we're going to set goals, we're able to measure them and say, yes, we achieved this, or no, we didn't. And as it sits right now, we don't know what those goals really look like in the achievable, measurable category. So that's just what I want to get to.
Right.
This is a great start. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Michelle?
Can I just say this? Because you
yes.
said this to me this morning, it really resonated. It's kind of the same way we did KISA. And I remember the discussions around, and people were already jumping to the next stage. We said, okay, we can bring you back those next stages on, but we got to get this, we got to get the framework, and then we've got to bring back, we have to do both. But we can't give you back the details until we have the framework approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of want to go back to like the individual, like we have people that come forward, parents that come forward and they're concerned about where was the research or the study where, you know, every kid is now hooked up to a one-to-one device, and where was the study on that shows that is going to, that they're going to retain knowledge. And so I'm thinking about, as far as an elected official, making sure that empower the parents to go in and be engaged in their child's education. Continue that with that, as far as the teacher, that building level, the principal, having that good rapport, going in and looking at what's best for their child. Not that they're disrupting the other children and asking for the world for their own, but they're saying, how can my child maybe learn better with paper and pencil and with textbooks? So I'm looking at more as protecting the rights of individuals in a system that's built off of, like you said, checking boxes, because you have the federal government having requirements. You have the legislation is demanding requirements. But then there's the individual and that individual parent that's directing their child's education. So I need to go in there and empower that parent to say, you know, like this data works better, and look at what's happening when they're using paper and pencil. So giving them that option when they're going in, and I think that's the biggest thing, is protecting the parents' empowerment to direct their child's education. And I'm going to continue to do that. Absolutely. In a big system, in a big state that, you know, we're not just all going in with a narrow focus on education and coming out with everybody has to have the same outcome. We're going to have people that are going to excel beyond, and we need to recognize that in a system that's built off
Absolutely.
checking
And
boxes.
I want to say, Michelle, I so appreciate that you are always right there, and we have to stay right there. I mean, I had a conversation as well, and it was about assessments, and I said, well, do you know you can opt out of those? Like, if your kid is that stressed and you don't want to deal with that, you can opt out of that, and they don't always know that. So it's so key that we're definitely staying in that realm. So thank you. I truly want to thank you for that. Go ahead.
And Michelle, you're right. This system works really well when parents are engaged. I think you've talked about that hey, I was an engaged parent, and school responded almost all the time to what I wanted. Since the beginning of the one-room schoolhouse, that's what this model was predicated on, was that school being responsible to the parents that sent their kids to the school. So it is very important.
It has to be that two-way communication.
That's why we're
and
here,
working together.
to serve those families.
Well, one more thing I'll add to that is, and that's real choice. That's true choice is going in there as a taxpayer and you're funding that school. You have a say in how that child is being educated. So your true choice is to follow follow them into the school and be engaged as a parent, and you'll know that they're reading on level. You'll know based off their assignments and their quizzes and their tests in real time. Or have them read a book to you. Have them do. You'll know that as a parent, and you'll feel good about that. It won't matter if somebody says, "Well, your child's not, not proficient." Well, no, they're proficient. Define that, and who's saying that. So if the parent feels good about that, I think that's what matters.
Right. Amen. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to say one thing. I like these better than anything else I've seen come out of our discussions. So I do like these, but I don't have any comments right now because I need to look at them better. But thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Betty?
Madam Chair, I see you have another speaker, but I was prepared to make a motion, so I'll wait until they finish. Thank you.
Okay. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Watson. I was sitting here as I reviewed this, thinking about how clear it is, how easy it is to place what we had as a summary here under those. I was thinking umbrellas, but maybe more like pavilions or something, because I think it's a little larger. But what Michelle shared really rings true with me as well. Making sure each and every student and each and every family, every parent knows that however education is delivered to their child, it's going to be effective for their child. And I'll just share, I would look at these statistics that say 83% of the kids are successful. My mind always jumps to, what about that other 17%? And so I think with what Michelle has shared, and I looked under quality leadership development, I saw the word student. I looked under policy, regulation, and alignment, saw student success. And I think as long as we keep that focus, no matter where we see the majority of our responsibilities, what area, that we always maintain that every single student is important. I used to say as a teacher and then as an academic leader, there are no throwaway kids.
That's right.
Not a single child should fall through the cracks. So I appreciate what you've prepared here, and thank you, Michelle, for sharing that, because I think that is a key focus.
Dr. Nee, you'll remember one of the researchers in the 1970s, Larry Lazat, Effective School Movement. Larry used to say, parents don't keep their good kids at home and send the bad ones. They send their most precious kids to school. It's so true.
Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm with Connie. I like this better than anything I've seen before. I like it a lot more because I actually came across my list from the retreat of what everybody had said that they would like to see in the goals. And so I was like, quickly, because my email's not working, so I couldn't download this. So I could not look at it before now, and I'm trying to hurry. But I found things that were missing out of it, and I didn't know if we could add to this, because some of these are down in the weeds, and I think a lot of the things I'm seeing from the other members during the retreat were more probably in line with the general supervisory kind of attitude of the board, rather than getting down into the well, what are academic and cognitive skills, that kind of thing. So quickly, this was really quickly, Connie had wanted the board to focus on DEI. That's all I wrote is DEI, ELA, emphasize more. I think you wanted to emphasize on those conversations more and dealing with that, if I remember you right. Jim had talked about competency-based credit. So, and I'd love to just hear more what he means by that, because I don't really understand all that. Danny had talked about simplifying education, getting it back to teachers. See, these are all conversations I'd just love the board to have, and I can hear more what they're talking about. Dennis was concerned at that time about the screen time and dropout rates. I wanted the board to deal more with the financial accountability. That was on my list. And then Kathy had better food. You had said, Kisa doing less very well and better food. those were my notes from our retreats. And so I looked at this and it looks really good, but it looks so detailed. And I think maybe we need to zoom out and get more of the, not lose the forest for the trees, that we're focusing on these trees a little bit, and we need to maybe do that more, that general. So I guess I would just maybe suggest if we could pull out a little.
Okay, thank you for all those comments. Betty, I don't see any more names on the list, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the board goals as presented.
Do we have a second? Dennis, thank you for that second. Any other discussion before we take a vote? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? So 8-2, and that passes. Thank you, sir. Look at that. We have on the agenda that we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we will be back according to my computer's clock at 11:22. Thank you. Okay, we're all ready to go. Next up will be Attorney Scott Gordon. We're going to be talking about the timeline of the Kansas assessments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And doctor is not the worst thing I've ever been called in this room. So it's really okay.
Is your mic on, Scott?
Yeah, I could talk louder, I guess. Sorry. Yes, my name is Scott Gordon. Obviously, I'm General Counsel for the Kansas State Department of Education. And there were some questions that had come up about how often do we update and how and why do we update the assessment program. So to the extent that the law talks about that, that's what I'm here to summarize. I want to clarify what exactly a curriculum standard setting is. Statute requires that the state board establish curriculum standards, which is not the same thing as setting and dictating curriculum. The curriculum standards serve as the guidance for the local schools in setting their own curriculum. We actually have a federal lawsuit that was ruled in our favor several years ago that the state board found that they were not responsible for someone not liking the particular curriculum of a school district because you didn't set the curriculum. You just set the curricular standards, right? And again, in statute, it says the state board shall establish curriculum standards for, and I'm abbreviating here, science, math, reading, writing, and social studies. So you have to set those standards. Here is the chart of the frequency in which the last time that the curriculum standards were reviewed. Now, to clarify, the statute prior to 2024 said that the state board shall review your curriculum standards at least every 7 years. And I will tell you that I had advised the agency some time ago because they were concerned, well, wait a minute, now is really not, we don't want to revise any of our curricular standards right now. So don't change them. The statute says shall review. What does it mean to review something? It means pick it up, look at it. If you still like it, if there's no reason to suggest any kind of changes, then you don't make any changes. If you review them and you determine changes are made, then you would take those to the State Board of Education. And I will tell you that that's what has happened in a few of these. It shows you there on the chart that I put up there, the last time that those particular standards were either reviewed and or updated. Nothing has changed since 2023 as far as the curricular standards. By the way, when we talk about curricular standards, and I'm going to dumb this down to someone that's has not been a teacher for a very long time, and when you see eye daggers coming from Beth here in a moment, that means I'm saying this wrong, okay? Curricular standards is the idea that by a certain grade, you should know that 2 + 2 = 4. By another grade, you should know 5 × 5 = 25, right? Like that is the idea of a curricular standard. A curricular standard is not, if you score 90% on this test, you get an A. If you score 80% on this test, you get a B. Those are two very separate, they're very different concepts, okay? Now, the statute now reads, the curriculum standards may be reviewed at least every 7 years. So when the bill was passed last year, it went from shall to may. And of course, there's a caveat. And this went into effect as of May 30th of last year. A bill was passed that says that the English language arts and the mathematics standards may not be changed from what was in place July 1st, 2024, in a manner that would necessitate the development of a new statewide assessment in those two areas until certain goals are met, and I'm not even going to go into those. Because frankly, everything after 2024 really doesn't matter. Just focus on the first clause, that as of the effective date of that piece of legislation, for English language arts and mathematics, just assume you may not change them from what was in place since July 1st, 2024. Here's the good news. They haven't. Nothing has changed. You have not even seen suggestions to change the curricular standards since July 1st, 2024. Ergo, you haven't broken the law. Law says don't do this, you didn't do it. It really is that simple. Now, when there were discussions to change the law last year, the concerns that were raised during the And I will tell you, I went back and I watched the video of this. I wanted to know exactly what the testimony was. What were the concerns? And during conference committee, when they were trying to negotiate, specifically wordsmith that legislation, there were the two big concerns was that in 2013, not only was there an update to curricular standards, but the assessment was changed in such a way that you went from 5 performance levels to 4 performance levels. There was no way to crosswalk and compare how students in Kansas were performing prior to 2013 to how they were doing overall after 2013. My understanding is, if my memory is correct, there was no statewide assessment in 2014 because things, right? So we compared 2013 to 2015. Those were the concerns that were raised during the conference committee last year. They did not want that to happen again. They wanted to be able to make sure that you could still compare apples to apples and compare next year's assessment scores with last year's assessment scores. And I will say that Frank explained to them during the conference committee 2 things. One, we've been working on updating the state assessment for 5 years. We're in the home stretch. We have a new test. He also explained that the way that the bill is written as of that day, we have not changed the curricular standards. We're changing the test, which you've all known about. So he informed them of that, saying if the way the bill is written, we don't think we're violating state law. He also explained that there would not be those problems or challenges, I should say, that may have occurred in 2013. Not changing the curricular standards, and we're not changing the number of the performance levels. Beth is going to be up here, I believe, after lunch or whenever she's up, to talk about, okay, what are the cut scores? How do we define those 4 levels? But they're still going, Frank explained to them last year, Beth assures me, right, you're here, right? You haven't changed your mind? Okay, I just want to make sure. She saw these beforehand, by the way. I want to make sure, it's like, I'm not saying anything wrong. Anyway, and they were assured that there's still going to be a way to crosswalk between the prior assessment and the new assessment. So there's going to be some way to kind of somewhat compare trends. The language of the bill didn't change. If the purpose of the law was to say, thou shalt not change the test at all, it should have said that. That's not what it says. It says you shall not change the curricular standards that would result in a new test. And that hasn't happened. So as a result of the 5-year process to update the Kansas assessment program, curricular standards remain the same. You still have 4 performance levels. So what is CAP? The Kansas Assessment Program. That is the series of tests used to evaluate student knowledge. The assessment program is always aligned with your curricular standards. Sometimes when you change and you update curricular standards, you have to necessarily change the assessments. Not always. And sometimes when you change the assessment, I would say it's minor and it doesn't really affect overall score comparison. We have contracted with the University of Kansas for the development and use of the CAP program for at least as long as I've been here, probably, and I'm pretty sure longer than that. Actually, I know it's longer than that. From 2004 to 2019, I looked up the history. We had no bid contracts. It was sole source. We determined that they were going to be the best vendor. I should say the state board agreed that the University of Kansas was the best vendor because they were in state. We had a great working relationship with them. They were able to adopt the assessment program specific to our curricular standards, which you don't always get when you buy a big package from a bigger separate company. In 2019, the state required this to go out for open bid. As a result of those bids in 2019, University of Kansas was still selected as the best responsive bid, and we signed a contract with them because we got permission from you all to sign a 5-year contract for them to develop these new tests based on the curricular standards that already existed, and as you know, the most recent year was the first use of the new assessments. How do I know that this was publicly known in 2019, that the state board approved it? I went and looked. It's in the minutes. That in 2019, as with every other time we bring a proposed, especially a bid contract to the state board, because this was a few $1 million, or I should say, the state board specifically authorized the Commissioner of Education to enter into negotiations and a contract with a new vendor. It's in public record. It's been there since 2019. Had to dig to find it, but it's there. And that, Madam Chair, is the long and the short history of how and why the assessment program was updated and how that compares to laws that were passed last year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, sir. I very much appreciate that. I did watch the November 12th, 2019 meeting, that exact proposal. And it went out for RFP, as you said, and KU ended up being selected. So that was an 8-2 vote on the state board at that time. So we do have that fully in play, as you say. And it was very clear, that's the part I wanted to bring out, sorry. It was very clear through the motion that it was to develop, administer, analyze, and report the state assessment for the state. So is there any comments or conversation? We wanted to bring this out because of some things that were being said and make sure that everybody understood where we're sitting as a board with this new assessment as we finish up. Comments, questions? Okay, well, thank you.
And of course, anything I got wrong, Beth gets to clarify.
Beth gets to come fix it.
All right. Well, with that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Well, thank you. And with that, I guess we are early. So I guess we'll go to lunch. Do we want to come back early? Is that possible?
Madam Chair, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else you can act on that you may want to act on. I wouldn't advise you to start early because people may be wanting to watch at a certain time.
Our time frames are right.
Scott,
is here.
I say you could probably move one of mine up.
What about the PPC or the act on the appointments? Is that possible? And that would be up to you, Madam Chair. Items 13 and 14.
If you'd like me to, the PPC recommendation is pretty easy. It's a default.
It's a default.
Yeah, it's a voluntary surrender.
Yeah, I don't know why we couldn't. I'm going to find my paper. So let's do that because, strangely enough, we're ahead of schedule. So we're going to move down to number 13 and 14. 13, okay, Mr. Gordon, as you said, is a default case, just needs the approval of the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't reintroduce myself again. It's still me. This was a particular case based on the allegations of I believe this was a diversion. It may have been a conviction, but it was a sex offense nonetheless, a sexual-related offense. The agency did file a formal complaint. He retained counsel. We had started to engage in discovery. We were going to have a full evidentiary hearing before the Professional Practices Commission. The individual determined he did not want to pursue that anymore, and he submitted a voluntary surrender. I will tell you, we negotiated the language of that somewhat. I wanted the licensee to know that as a result of a voluntary surrender, what gets reported nationally and to other the schools is it would be a revocation. I've never known a surrender not to result in a revocation. And so we clarified that. I believe that's the language that's included in the voluntary surrender. So I would ask that license be revoked. Let me back up, pardon me. I would ask that you accept the surrender and subsequently revoke the license in that particular case.
Thank you, sir. Betty?
Madam Chair, you ready for a motion on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education revoke the license in case 25-PPC-06.
Okay, do I have a second? Melanie? Any discussion, any comments? Questions? Okay. All in favor? That would be a 10-0 vote. Thank you, sir. Next one, a little more intense.
Scott, can you just, for the board, again, remind them of when are names not given out publicly, and then when are they? Just so the board knows from a privacy standpoint.
So the practice before the state board for years has been before the state board votes and takes a final action. We've not disclosed the names of anyone coming to the state board. That's why the names are redacted from the proposed final orders or the initial orders that you have in the public materials. Along those same lines, and for that reason, for years we would publish an agenda before the Professional Practices Commission, and that would be sent out to anybody that asked for the agenda prior to a PPC hearing. And as you know, there may be a whole slate, of PPC hearings that discipline does not get imposed, or at least the recommendation does not recommend any kind of discipline. And I will tell you that there were times in pursuing Professional Practices Commission cases that individuals would, frankly, there have been threats because someone thought that I had shared information about the allegations with their employing school districts, which 99% of the time that didn't happen. I don't make it a practice to reach out to someone's employer to say, by the way, I'm looking into someone based on some misconduct. The reason for that is, again, I'm going way back in history. There was a time that we were also reporting on the agency website. Whenever you would look up someone's license, it would show legal review. Well, that would automatically put a red flag, and schools would not hire somebody, or they would not renew their jobs simply because they were under legal review. Well, legal review could be you could have a misdemeanor DUI from 20 years ago, and I just haven't had a chance to look at it to clear it. By the way, misdemeanor DUIs are not a basis to lose your license in Kansas. But people were still losing jobs or potentially losing opportunities because of that. So we changed that reporting, and it indicates something else, so it's hopefully less obvious that my office is looking at it when you look up a license online. For those reasons, whenever we publish the agenda for the PPC hearings, we do not include the names of the individuals. There are times that we may file a complaint and the case gets resolved without any kind of discipline. It's not very common, but there have been some times that I've just dismissed a case outright. No discipline is imposed. So that's why we've not shared the names in advance. That was a directive that I had received from Commissioner Watson as well, saying that's not, and actually the board has on a couple of occasions said we don't like discussing someone by name in open meeting. So we generally don't do that. Once either the PPC takes any kind of an action, if it's a recommendation, because PPC hearings are generally open. Anybody can come in and watch a hearing unless it's specifically closed, but even then, you could walk in, see who it is that has a hearing, and find out the names of the individuals. So once that happens, the identity of that individual, and the same is true for the board, once you all vote on something, when I eventually get that published on the website, it's not redacted. We do publish the public information. We do share that with school districts and the clearinghouse. So that's kind of the difference. That's the line that's been drawn by policy when we are disclosing names of those. And really the theory is we're in the middle of an administrative proceeding and to protect the privacy interest of licensees.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. So for number 14, we have.
Now? Yeah, sorry. If you want to pull he had pulled the slides up, then I told him no, but now it's, sorry. I didn't know if you want to do 14 now or not.
I think so. So we have 3 open positions on the PPC. Most of those positions have a definite, what's my word? Position attached to them by statute. So I will let you take it away, sir.
Sorry. Okay. So as a reminder, the Professional Practices Commission is created by statute. Because it is created by statute, it also defines what the responsibility is and who gets to sit on it. This is the committee that hears the misconduct cases. Just that's the short version of it is they hear the misconduct cases. By statute, there are 9 members within the teaching profession, and those are defined within statute. There are minimum qualifications. They must be licensed and actively practicing in Kansas. They have to have at least 5 years total experience, and there must be an active practice within the immediately preceding 3 years. Now, does that mean they have to be a classroom teacher for the last 3 years in order to be appointed as a classroom teacher? That's up to you all to decide. The statute does not make that clear. I think that's fully at the discretion of the state board. I will tell you that the statute does say it is a classroom teacher. And in the past, we've kind of been very specific that there are certain roles that aren't they're not the right administrators that are listed in the statute, but they're not classroom teachers. Again, I will defer to the state board on determining whether or not, how broad you want to interpret the idea of being a classroom teacher. Right now, out of the 5 classroom teachers that we need, I have 4. I need 1 more person to be appointed from the list of classroom teachers. And out of the 4 school administrators that we need, I only have 2. So we need an elementary school principal, and we need either a junior or a middle school principal as well. All of them are required to be from public schools in Kansas. And Madam Chair, if you want to stop and pause at any time, by all means. So here is a reminder of and hopefully I fixed the correctly identified school districts, or the state board districts, pardon me. These are the ones that are currently, did I fix the right one you pointed out? Thank you. Here is the representation. The districts are the state board districts that are currently on the PPC. As a reminder, I think I have this on the next slide as well. No, I don't. But I'm going to back up a second. This is not in law, but it is a request that I've made for several years, that if you already have someone on the Professional Practices Commission from a particular school district, my request is to not have more than 1 person from the same district. Because, and I'll just give this as an example that happened about actually it's 2 months ago now. There was someone sitting on the Professional Practices Commission from the same school district that had made allegations against a particular licensee. The question had come up whether or not that person should recuse themselves. Now, in that particular case, that individual on the PPC didn't know the witness, did not know that particular licensee, felt that they could be fair and impartial and they could still sit. If that person had chosen to recuse, we would not have been able to have the hearing because we didn't have enough people sitting here. We were barely able to finish it anyway because someone got sick halfway through.
Gotcha.
So please don't do that to me again. Let's not try not to do that too much. That's why I make that request. That's also why I listed the 1 nominee, and I will tell you, we did nominations a little bit different for the PPC this year. We said, I want everyone to have the opportunity to nominate. Not just teachers, not just administrators, not just from certain state board districts. People were able to self-nominate. And as you saw on the list, we had more nominees. I would tell you, Shane yelled at me, he's like, you're going to have hundreds. Fine. We didn't have hundreds. I think there were maybe 10 people that were nominated, or they nominated themselves, but they did not finish the application. No resume was submitted, so that's why they would not be listed, in case anyone's curious why they didn't get included. But because we only have 1 nominee, 1 nominee for the junior high and middle school principal from Derby, that's why I've listed that one first. Full disclosure, there are 2 out of 3 nominees for the next administrator position, also from Derby. Mm-hmm. Madam Chair, I will defer to you all in the order you want to take them in. This is just my recommendation. So I'm going to ask for a nominee or appointee for, and I guess the last thing, and I'll shut up. You don't have to pick from this list. Please do, because we are holding up some cases until I get some more people appointed. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Betty?
Quick question for clarification. So we should go ahead and take these in order as they are printed on the sheet, starting with the junior high middle school principal. If that is the case, Madam Chair, I move that
Let's just do one vote.
Okay, right. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education appoint Clinton Shipley to the Professional Practices Commission to a 3-year term effective immediately.
Okay, do I have a second? Michelle? All in favor? That's a 10-0. Okay.
Thank you. The next slot.
That was the easy part.
Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to you understand, I'm not disparaging anyone that's nominated. It's just, this is how it is.
Right.
There were three nominees for elementary school principal. They are on the screen.
Mm-hmm. So the question is, board, do we fully follow the request of Mr. Gordon in not having two on the Professional Practice Commission from the exact same school district? If so, then we have one choice. So, yes, Dennis?
Madam Chair, I will try to help Scott out on this. Kansas State Board of Education appoint Brittany Jennings to the Professional Practices Commission to a 3-year term effective immediately.
Do I have a second? Connie, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? That would be a 10-0 vote. Okay, on to the teacher.
And again, you are, all of them, this is an at-large position. Mm-hmm. Every person up there is, they are a nominee, and I don't think any of them are double represented or already represented.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, yes. I will point out that as I looked at these, there are 3 who are not classroom teachers. And so when I emailed Mr. Gordon about that, he did point out that the statute does say classroom teacher. And I agree with him that he believes that's very specific for a reason. So I lean into disqualifying 3 of them on that point only, which would be Jolene Dresman, Carrie Hillen, and Dave Linsenmeyer. 0 to do with the person. Again, everything that I read told me that they, and Mr. Gordon concurred, they are not actively classroom teachers. So per statute, I do believe we need to lean into that. So unless somebody else has a different view. Yes, Betty?
I was actually wondering in here, if you are prepared to receive a motion, I'd like to offer a prelude before making that motion.
Okay.
Okay. And one of the things is District 8 and 10 were short of a representative, and that is the reason that, Madam Chair, I am prepared to move that that the Kansas State Board of Education appoint, and I might mess up the name, Sharika Osborne, to the Professional Practices Commission to a 3-year term effective immediately.
Do I have a second? Melanie? I guess the only thing I would say, Betty, is that we have some, I felt like, large districts represented, so I was looking at it from a school district size, not a board district as much. So, but I'm fine with that if the board is good with that. So,
Madam Chair, is it open for discussion?
Of course. No, just a comment on the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Dennis, do you have a comment in this?
No,
or is that from old?
Yeah, that's old.
Okay. And Debbie?
And I was just going to, I thought where you were going with this, Betty, is that you were going to look for a District 10 because we just did a District 8 in the last vote, and we don't have any District 10s. Whereas number 11 is District, well, I guess 259, 10 does have 259, but I consider it more of a District 8. Whereas, you have like El Dorado, Arc City is, those are the kind of 2 that would be more like a District 10.
And if I could respond, the only thing I was looking at, Debbie, is that on our sheet, it shows that person would come from 7, 8, and
10.
10. So that was why.
Oh, you were
Just-
trying to hit lots of different ones.
Yeah,
and I was.
and because 8 and 10 were kind of short on that.
Well, we just put
That's
one on
that's
there.
why I was looking at that particular one. My only rationale was just that.
Okay. Well, we do have a motion on the table with a second, so all in favor?
And Madam Chair, if I may, just real quick.
Absolutely.
Just to make it very clear on the record, because I do that. Yes, the question was raised whether or not I felt anybody was disqualified because they were not specifically classroom teachers. What I explained to Madam Chair Hopkins was because that's not something for the department to pick and make that determination. I said that is completely up to the state board to decide whether or not you consider them to be a classroom teacher. I didn't want there to be any kind of accusation that I had or the department had said, well, you can't pick these people or you shouldn't pick these people. I didn't want there to be any kind of impression that we were trying to influence that. That's why everyone that's listed there
Right.
has a full application. I just want to
Absolutely.
clarify that.
Appreciate that.
And I
Thank
apologize
you.
for interrupting your vote.
No,
I
you're
understand
fine.
you called for a vote.
Okay. All in favor? And that's a 10-0 vote. Okay. And look at that. We still get an extra 5 minutes for lunch.
And I
Thank
think
you,
that's
sir.
3 out of my 4 done.
And you have your full board, so.
Yes, thank you all.
Well,
Thank you
you
so
very
much for giving me a full PPC.
So we will go ahead and adjourn for lunch. We will be back here at 1:30 for the next agenda item. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch. Okay, we are back from our lunch break, bright and bushy-tailed, right? Ready to go. Hello, Beth. We are on number 8 on our agenda for cut scores for the Kansas assessments. Go.
Well, thank you, Chair Hopkins, Commissioner Watkins, and state board members. My name is Beth Foltz, and I'm the director of CSAS, Career Standards and Assessment Services. And the one time that we didn't plan anything for your lunch, I'll have to talk to Bert about that, right? So no SEAC, nothing. You know, you had this long leisurely lunch, and you're all kind of wandering around going, can we get this started to get out of here a little bit earlier? So we'll have to work on the agenda a little bit better next time for that. But this is it. Today is the day, right? The day when you have an opportunity to impact the direction of Kansas education for several years to come. As a many year ago social studies teacher, I have to tell you that I've often wished over the years that I had the opportunity to teach today's standards. And that's because the Social Studies Standard 1 says choices have consequences. And that seems to be relevant to our conversations today and the ones that you have frequently at this board meeting. As all of us approach our responsibilities from different perspectives, what I have learned over the years in my area of assessments is the importance and impact knowledge, background, and personal experience have on outcomes. While I understand each of us brings our own opinions about how best to effectively impact change, I also know that it's very difficult to make changes, and so I appreciate that hard work that you do. I've met personally with each one of you at some point over the last year, and I've tried to provide you as accurate information as I can, be as honest with you, and to share the data that we have available. I also know that you've heard from a multitude of your constituents, some in favor of change and some not in favor of change. But I hope, and it's my true, sincere hope, that at the end of the day, we can all agree that what each one of us wants is the best for all students in Kansas. So in preparation for this day, I'll just briefly recap where we've been over the past year. I have enjoyed my time standing up here and sharing about assessments with you. It is my passion. But we started, if you'll remember, with just the standards. And Scott Gordon explained that to you very well this morning. We have academic curricular standards that you adopt, and then from those standards, we start building the assessment. We talked about how we revised the blueprints to reflect the importance of the standards addressing criticisms that we had heard. We heard that that the field, and that would be mostly educators, wanted a shorter test. And I feel like we've delivered on that for you. Each test is only 40 items on the summative assessment. They wanted passage-based ELA test. So the questions that we ask on the ELA test all relate to a passage that the student reads. They wanted better aligned reading levels on the ELA passages so that all kids have that opportunity to read at their grade level the passages that are on the test. And we spent a lot of time making sure that we checked the reading levels for what the students were being exposed to. We had asked the University of Kansas to develop all new items for the test, including more technology-enhanced items. And as Mr. Gordon shared with you earlier, that process started 5 years ago in 2019, well, 6 years ago now, right, when we entered into that contract, and what did we want from a new testing vendor? The standards, we took all the mini tests. We have new mini test items. We have all new interim test items in that contract, all aligned to the standards and aligned to the summative assessment blueprint. And I worked with you we worked with our Kansas Assessment Advisory Council, and then I came to you. We worked on revising and providing better language for the performance level descriptors. And then during that time, over this last 5-year period, we had that shift with KISA, right? And the real emphasis on professional learning that accompanies the 4 fundamentals. And then last month, then we shared with you the results from the standard setting process. So today, I just want to reflect on a couple things. Maybe. You think after all this time, I could get back to where we need to be, right? Remind you, in May, right? This is what you voted on. The language change that drove the standard setting process, the cut score process that we did in June, right? Level 1 shows a limited ability to demonstrate the knowledge and skills at the grade level, and we specifically call out the grade level for math or ELA. And that level 2 is a basic ability. Level 3 is a proficient ability, and over the years, the last several years, I would say since COVID in particular, it constantly would come up in conversation that people were unclear what our performance level descriptors meant. And so based on the recommendation of the CAC, we recommended that you just call proficient, and that should stop the conversation on what our expectations are, right? And then level 4 would be for the advanced students. Just highlight and bring you back to last month's presentation when we talked about the participants. We had almost 150 educators show up. Every single person that was invited came, stayed for their full-time commitment, and went through the whole process. It was just an awesome experience for everyone that participated. We went through the evaluations. People felt satisfied with where the process ended and what their recommendations were. We had the technical advisory committee representative share with you that from their perspective, that outside observer, that we did everything according to the protocol, that we did the standard setting with fidelity, we followed the process, and then finally we had Dr. Grumman from the Kansas Advisory Council come and share with you his observations from the standard setting and also his reasons for supporting this shift and where you set the cut scores. So today I do have with me, not all of my colleagues, but several. I have Susan Martin and Matt Copeland from the University of Kansas and Dr. Grumman from Shawnee Mission, and Julie Ewing is also here. So if you have any questions during this discussion time, they're here to also answer questions for you. And that basically is my presentation for the day. I'll just briefly go through the cut scores. I think in your packet, I tried to put it all on one sheet so you could see something more condensed, but as you'll see, we have the same scale for every grade and every subject, okay? And the scale ranges from 400 to 700. And then we fixed so that we could have a better, so people could look at from grade to grade to grade, you know, that there isn't any difference between those scores between a level 1 and 2 and a level 2 and 3. So the fixed cut for level 2 would be at 510, the fixed cut for level 3 would be at 540, and then depending, I mean, the advanced floats, so you'll see a little bit of a range on the advanced. Remember, this is a pretty narrow scale when you think about 40 items. So there aren't a lot of questions necessarily in each one of these areas, but that's the way the scale plays out when you look at the recommendations from the panel. So I have English Language Arts, math, and science. And I will say that at some point in the future, we'll be back to talk about grade 11 science. I had explained to you that that's how you know the process is working. If every once in a while something doesn't work like you expected, and the grade 11 science test didn't perform the way we expected it to, there wasn't enough range of in the responses from the students to really be able to set the scores given that scale. So we're back to work on that this afternoon after we get finished. So we'll be bringing 11th grade science back to you at some point in the future. The other thing is Mr. Gordon did an excellent presentation this morning, and I did review everything that he shared, but I've heard from several science teachers over lunch that were a little concerned that we hadn't done anything with the science standards since they were adopted. And I'll say that's not true, right? We do. Every 6 to 8 years, depending on how the calendar falls and what it looks like, we do review. We look at them to see if there would be any recommended changes. And the science standards at this point in time, there has not been, since the initial adoption, any recommended changes that we brought to you to change. 2 reasons for that. The science standards are very difficult for teachers to really grasp. There's a lot there. It was a real shift in instruction for science, and it took us several years to just get the assessment right. We just didn't feel like we were measuring. We had an assessment that would measure the standards at the depth we thought they should be measured. So we feel good now about the 5th and 8th grade that we came up with a test that meets that expectation, and we'll go back to the drawing board on grade 11 and present that again. So I'm happy to let you look at the impact data one more time if you'd like to see that. I'm happy to stand for questions, whatever you would like.
Thank you, Beth. I appreciate that. Looks like we have Michelle has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Beth. You and Denise Kaler, you answered a lot of questions. I sent so many emails over the last week, and every time they came back with a quick response, I appreciated that. The one thing I will say, which I found out from you this morning, is on the assessments. My question was, if a parent were to opt their child out of the state assessments, they would need to tell the school not only the mini assessments, the interim and summative assessments, they would also have to specifically say that, because you said if they were doing the mini test, they may not see that or look at that as, well, that's not really a state assessment.
Right. So the state provides mini tests as a resource, something that's aligned to the standards, something that can help teachers evaluate where they are in their instruction. I don't think that we ever really go out and speak about mini tests. It's part of our system of assessments, but when someone says a state assessment, mini tests wouldn't be the first thing that would come to mind. And whether that's parents, educators, I just don't think so. So, I mean, we have talked here in the agency before, responding to your question, but if they want, I mean, obviously parents have the right to opt their children out of things. And so, but if they just had sent a message to the school or something specific about not wanting their child to take the state summative assessment, they would need to include the words interim and or mini if they didn't want them to take any of those. But there's there's anything prohibiting them from doing it, but they would have to call it out.
So I went to the link and went through grade 8th grade ELA. I went through and took those kind of like sampling.
The practice tests?
The practice tests, and those were expired, correct? Those were all, or were those some of the new?
Well, the practice tests were also updated in this contract that we had with the University of Kansas to reflect the new, a lot of the technology enhanced things that kids would need to practice on and everything, yeah.
Okay, so the ones that I was taking were probably the old.
Some of them could have been, yes.
So the parents would have access to what I did as well, correct? To kind of know, like, that kind of give them a gauge of where their kids are practicing those? Would they do well?
I'm being told yes, absolutely they do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Before I move on, Connie, Beth, could you tell us, and I have wondered this, why is 400, like, what does that mean? I mean, that seems like a large number for a lowest possible. Like, can you tell me a little bit of how that works?
Sure. So since this is a different test than the old one, right, we didn't want the scale to be the same as the old scale.
Right.
And if you'll think back, those of you that were around for a long time, with NCLB, we did a 0 to 100, and people just assumed that was a percent correct. Well, that was kind of not good, because we don't do percent correct for the scores, right? We have a scale score that we use, and so we just tried to find something that people couldn't easily, in their mind, make up some answer would be incorrect about what the score means, right? So
That makes sense.
400 would be the lowest possible score someone could get. 700 would be the top score someone could get, and we set the range in between and decided on those cuts.
So just for numbers to use. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank
So
you.
it's kind of hard to say. I mean, those numbers should not mean anything.
Gotcha.
Right? I mean, that's the whole point. Like, it's just for our scale. This is what it is, and this is the range.
It's
then.
just right.
But it's too easy for people to. We had looked at a scale, and it's like, oh, well, that's kind of doubled the old one. I mean, it's just like, I couldn't believe. I didn't know the hardest part of this whole thing was figuring out these numbers. I'm sorry. I know so much went into setting a scale, but it was quite intense work.
Okay. Well, thank you. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Beth, for all the work you've done. My question deals with the scores, too. I mean, I see a big difference between 400 and 700, but in the middle, the scores are closer together. Is that done on purpose, or is there reasoning behind the differences? Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. With the process we go through, where the teachers go through that ordered item booklet, and where they say what they would expect a child to be able to know at that cut between a 2 and a 3, and then they go back and look at where would that cut be between a one, on the lower end. Sometimes it's hard. There just aren't a lot of items on a 40-point test, and then at the top, they can say, well, when you get to that advanced, where's the cut? And that's why you see a larger range there. And then the top of the scale. So you always have to, I know this is way more complicated than I'm even comfortable talking about, but it's called the loss and the Haas, if any of you think back to when you took statistics many years ago, right? But your lowest possible score and your highest possible score, so that if you have perfects, where would that be as the items? We don't have an item for, and this is the other thing that makes it very difficult for people to understand. We do not have an item for every single cut point on the scale, okay? So there just aren't that many items. Otherwise, you would have a 40-point scale, right? And so there just aren't. So that's why I mean,
the whole methodology behind it.
Yeah.
And trying to separate.
Yeah, so we're trying to separate, but there really isn't a lot of room. There are several questions within that range, but how students perform on those and what the expectations are, it's just kind of bunches it up together. I'm welcome for anyone else to bail me out on this one, but that's kind of where I am. Okay, I think they're good. No one wants to. I'm kind of like Mr. Gordon. They can stand up here and tell me I'm wrong if they want to, because I do know assessments, but this is like getting kind of far in the weeds.
Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Beth. I appreciate your patient explanation of this and even personally addressing concerns that I'd received from constituents. And I just kind of wanted to share that so maybe they can hear you say, because I've received a few emails where they're concerned that we're lowering the standards. And you explained very clearly to me, we are not lowering the standards. And as Mr. Gordon shared, we cannot change the standards at all. But what we're doing is realigning from what we were working with in 2015 to where we need to be now to make sure that our common core instruction is based on the current standards. So if you could elaborate on that for those who may be viewing and assure them that Kansas is not lowering our standards or our expectations for our students, and in fact, we're making sure that they can be successful based on what they actually do know, based on what they have been taught.
That's right. Thank you for, I'm thinking, I did talk to a lot of people. I have to remember what I shared, right? But I do believe we are not reducing the rigor on this assessment. We're better aligning our expectations for how students perform, okay? And that's important. I mean, if you remember, Dr. Grumman talked to you and we've had a couple other people come, I think, for public comments, but talked about when you look at other assessments, when you think about what goes on in the classroom, what Michelle talked so eloquently about this morning even, that you know how your students should be performing. And if you get a score report home that just doesn't make sense, I mean, what's the first thing you're going to do? Ask why, right? And then we've been in this situation where teachers had problems explaining why because the data didn't all really align for everyone to be able to understand, is this a good reflection of how students are performing? In 2015, I mean, that was a long time ago, 10 years ago, right? When we went through this process, we were coming off NCLB. The nation as a whole, whether you agreed with it or not, was in the midst of, from 2013 to 2015, really, talking about Common Core, looking at the standards, looking at the expectations, what we were wanting students to be able to do in classrooms. And we did look at aspirationally. We were coming off a super high of how great we had been. I mean, like, our state got kids to pass the state assessment, right? When we ended NCLB, we had a lot of kids performing at the top levels, and we carried that momentum with us at that time into believing that as the standards changed and the expectations and the standards from what's the least amount that a student needs to know, right, to what's the college and career, later to be changed to post-secondary expectation we had of our kids, there's a big gap, okay? And I think that's the problem between the basic and the proficient, right? And that's where everyone wanted to go, because with NCLB, it was aspirational that every child learn to read. We all agree with that. That's our focus now. It's like, I don't know what happened, but that was the minimum knowledge that we were testing, right? The minimum skills, even in a lot of cases. When we shifted to the standards in 2015, that was like, we need to prepare them more for just basic skills, right? And we increased our expectations. Those expectations have not changed with this test. Okay, everyone has to understand that. The expectations that were set for post-secondary success have not changed. How we measure those and how we report that change is different today than it was in 2015, where we know how we have all these other pieces of evidence on how students are performing, and we need to make sure we're reflecting back accurate information.
Thank you. Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Burl's comments, and I definitely feel for those who aren't sitting here in the room with us and have been able to sit through these many meetings. Even for me, in my 5th year, this is a lot to process. And I had to hear it several times, and I had to look at the scores several times. And I had adopted a way of thinking about the current, I guess, the ones that we're hoping to retire, cut scores as being more rigorous. But it's not so much, I realize now, it's not so much that they were more rigorous, it's that they were out of band. We had set those aspirational goals, and I've had some people give the feedback that these might even still be a little too aspirational. What happens if this board doesn't vote yes on this? How out of whack are we then? Because you just talked about how this is not the same test that those cut scores were made for previously. So what if the board votes no? What happens? Do we go back to the drawing board with all those teachers and ask them to set cut scores again?
No, I don't believe so, but I'll let the commissioner speak to that one.
We've tried to bring you a scientifically based process that's nationally recognized. We have 2 state technical advising, the TAC and the CAC, that advise. And that process has worked, almost 150 teachers. So if you said, well, we just don't like it, it's fine, then the board needs to come up with what the cut scores are. Because there's not a process by which I don't think we can, you're just going to derive a score that you like. It won't be based on any process, I don't think. It'll be just what you can do. You have the authority to do that, but I don't know that we could bring you back anything that would be any different, Melanie.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. And I just want to say, I don't want to go through that process because I got a glimpse at least of what those teachers went through. I know they spent a lot of time and energy getting to these. So thank you. And thank you to all of those who worked on this for all your hard work.
So I just want to speak to the other point that you said about there are some people that think we're still a little too aspirational on this. That could be true, right? We'll have to see as time goes on, how the scores look, what happens, this year when we give the test again. Certainly, we would hope, we would see more students moving into the yellow and red on this slide. But what we would strive for, and I'm looking around and I don't see the poster in the boardroom right now, but what we would strive for when you think about what you want in your school with how students perform, right? You want to think about the MTSS tiered model of support, right? So you obviously want your all to be your largest group of students. You want your some to be some, and you want your few to be few. Do we still have too many fews? Yes, level 1 has way too many students in it still, and we still have a lot of work to go when you set these scores, right? But that would be the goal, is that every year you would see fewer students in level 1. Will there always be students in level 1? Yes, for whatever reason that we all can bring to the table, and the list would probably be endless. Is it better now than it was the last 10 years? Yes. Is it something we can work towards? We believe so, but we'll just have to see.
And Beth, with that, I basically heard you say, and I think I've heard you say it before, but having to each year, especially in the beginning, really look at where we're landing and make sure what was set, if this goes forward, makes sense.
Yeah.
So a review process.
Yeah, so the commissioner shares scores with you every October generally, but the question is if you don't, so in a large scale assessment, movement is slow, okay? So we don't expect like 10% of the kids to change in 1 year. That's not realistic, right? But you would expect to see some movement at the end, when we look at the 26 results. In 27, we would expect to start seeing that trend line where more students are moving to the levels 3 and 4 and fewer students in level 1.
And I would say we expect to see that because of what work we're seeing in literacy and the KISA model and the different things that we are doing because it takes what's happening in the classroom.
That's right, because our theory is if you teach the standards, the assessment scores will change, right? I mean, that's what we believe. And that's the exciting part of KISA right now and the work of the research and evaluation team in evaluating that is all the data we're able to collect in those KISA action plans and the data we'll be able to put with it from the assessment scores. We'll be able to test if that works. We'll know how many people pick structured literacy, right? How many people pick standards alignment? How many people pick the balanced assessment system? What about high quality instruction? And since we're limiting them on what they can select, then we will have the data from all the districts. It won't be 1 year, won't even be in 2 years, but it will happen, and we'll be able to test if we pick the right things that can make an impact. And that's, for me, again, that's one of the more exciting things that we've done here at the agency, right? And that we've said with our staff. We go out and ask the schools all the time to make data-driven decisions.
We have to do the same.
All of us, whether it's agency staff or you, the elected board, will be able to, in the future, with what we're doing through KISA, be able to make data-based decisions on whether those were the right things to select.
Yes. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Beth, thank you for all the that you've done and all that you've been through with all of our questions. This was perhaps an area that I had a lot of thoughts about, a lot of concerns about. And I realized that change is very difficult. And I will give you a perfect overlay example for me. There was a time when to receive an A, the cut score was 95 to 100. That was so elitist and so narrow, because those that scored 94 were put in a different category. And so what the concern of the real issue was is when we had schools that say, okay, for an A, we're now going to say 90 to 100. That would include more students. It took away this elite attitude of you got to be totally perfect to get in this 4 club. Again, the problem comes about is if your student makes 89. So the thing with that, it's got to be fluid. We have to be able to look forward and not say, okay, we've always had it here and it must stay there. And if you change it, you're making a big mistake. Instead of understanding that if we change, it's because we have better information that gives us more insight in terms of how it should be set up. So I applaud all of the work that you've done. Change is difficult, and when I get the emails about what we have done, I can't help but wonder how many of you have actually looked at what's really being done, or are you picking up a talking point that you have heard without researching? So knowing that change is difficult, and there will be some that will hold on. I just want us to keep doing what we used to do, even though what we used to do is not what's preparing kids for the future. And if we keep our focus on the students and what's best for the students, I can't imagine how anyone would have a problem with us being fluid and addressing the needs as they change. So again, thank you for your hard work.
Well, thank you. And as someone who always seemed to score about 93%, I really appreciated when it went to 90. I'll just say that.
Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Beth. Yes, I was happy when they lowered the score for Bs down to 82 or 83. I've really been conflicted about this because I'm not a professional educator, but I'm terribly interested in going forward, seeing a good reflection of what's going on in the classroom. And I have to kind of relate to things I understand somewhat, like farming. You have people that are trying no-till farming now for a decade, and everybody's, I think, in the ag business is looking at that, and because of technology, is it working out? So there's a lot of time involved. And I think that it's only fair to look at it as, we're not cutting the tail off the dog or something. And this is, I think looking at it, in the future, reviewing it, that's going to be so important. I guess my one question is, though, we're having conversations about tech and how that's coming into the classroom, or what, maybe what that's doing. And you've alluded to that somewhat. How was that mixed in? I guess I'm a little bit not understanding what the measurement, how you measured that.
So during NCLB, Kansas, we were a leader. We were leading the world. We were leading the United States anyway in online assessments. But literally, what we did during that time was it was a PDF of the assessment that was put online. So think of a fillable PDF today, okay? So the students could go in and pick, A, B, or C, D, whatever it was. But it was all multiple choice. with the tests that we just retired for the last 10 years, the majority of those items were multiple choice too, okay? And the reason is because how quickly it can be scored, right? And so we had to have a machine scored test, and then what was available. So we didn't have the fillable PDF anymore. We didn't have the screenshot of the paper, but we moved to online assessments, but still there were a lot of other ways that you could measure student performance, right? So now, instead of having someone, and this is very simplistic, okay, but hopefully you'll understand. So sometimes you'll, have I'm thinking of one of our older test items, Michelle, where we gave them a series of sentences and said, put these in order, right, to make a paragraph. So your topic sentence and your concluding sentence and whatever your details are in the middle, right? And so the old way of testing was really each sentence had a letter, A, B, C, D, E, and then you had to, put them in order that way so we could do it. Today, with the technology enhancement, I'm apologizing profusely to KU for being so simplistic on this, but today they can drag and drop, right? They just click on the sentence and drag it in, and they make their paragraph, and everything gets scored. I mean, so that's what we say by more technology enhanced, making it easier for the student to answer the questions. We also can say for a math item, right? If you want them to demonstrate to you that they know 2/3, and you have a box of squares, and they can shade in how many boxes are 2/3 out of 12 boxes, right? Those are technology enhanced items. I mean, we're way more sophisticated. We'd love to demonstrate some of them to you. We have some really cool things in the science assessment that students are able to do. At one point they can, depending on what you want and how you do it. I mean, the capability is there that they can actually have a beaker and, put the right proportions of each one of whatever they're measuring and doing in the experience. So, I mean, it's just really things that are more engaging to the students that we feel like we can better, more accurately measure what they know and can do by having them do some things with technology that just that straight up old multiple choice test didn't do.
Thank you.
May I just say one more thing? Yeah, I'm just, thinking that if this really works out better in the classroom for the teacher to be able to administer this, and we had all this input from 140 plus educators, I just, things sometimes you just have to move ahead with something that makes for progress.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not really an assessment guy, but I really appreciate all the work that y'all are doing and stuff. And I believe the local teachers and schools know what their kids are doing. But having said that, we had one of my employees a long time ago came up with this. It's new and different and might be better for us, so we're not going to do it. So we before we were going to change things, we would always say that and then have a discussion. So what you've done could be a lot better for us. So I want to thank you. New and different and might be better for us, so we're not going to do it.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Beth. I really do appreciate you. My question actually for you, Madam Chair, you referenced the November 2019 meeting where they develop, administer, analyze, and report. And since I didn't go back and listen to that old board decision, can you tell me, did they ask for the department to replace the test? Was that a part of the vote?
Develop.
No, but did they ask them to replace it? The assessment test we had was not administered. And I wondered by what decision was the original test not administered, because when you say develop, administer, analyze, and report, it doesn't sound like they said analyze it, study it, and oh, by the way, we're just going to blindly take that test, get rid of the old test, we accept whatever new test. I mean, then there's no sense in us even voting. So I just wanted to know, because I didn't watch that. Can you tell me, did they ask for the department to replace the test?
That was a part of the vote.
That's what I'm asking.
To develop a new test.
And replace it.
Well, if you're, yes, that was the.
Okay, so in 2019, it would have been a consent agenda item.
That was
and
pulled.
the motion was for the commissioner to enter into negotiations. And yes, it was the intent at the time to have a test that replaced the 10-year-old test at the end of this 5-year contract.
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, my question is because I had asked in the past that to accommodate this ability to measure from year to year, because I really couldn't care less if we're just above NAEP or just below it or whatever. What I've heard from my constituents they care about is they want to know if they're improving or not improving, which when we make this jump now, we're not going to be able to do. It's lost. This is gone because we're not comparing apples to apples anymore. We went from apples to oranges, and there's no comparison between the two tests. And that's the loss that we have, and I wanted to know if that was what they had voted for, because, and going to Mr. Gordon's 72-5170, I would disagree with him in that it says the accreditation system is going to be based upon improvement in performance that equals or exceeds the educational goals set forth in 72-32-18. So this whole law is based upon improvement in performance. Again, we cannot compare apples and oranges and apples. We cannot know now if we have an improvement or in performance or not. We're not going to be able to know this year because we did not give this test. And I had asked for an overlap so we wouldn't lose that. And it got lost in the...
Board member, we have asked for and we have been promised the ability to do exactly that.
A concordance table. A concordance table.
Is that what you call it? A concordance table. I wasn't sure what the
Tables that
exact
will
word was.
show the scores from 24 and the scores to 25. So we can't produce a concordance table until you actually set cut scores.
But that is coming. There will be an ability.
We have said, with this, we'll be able to produce a concordance table. But I just want to go back to what you've said about, and you're referencing, I believe, the KISA regulations on what the state board's charged with. I don't believe it says, I would hope not, with all the work we're doing on school improvement, that, obviously, state assessment's been my life here at the agency almost. And I value the results that you get from the state assessments. I would never come to you and say a single decision should be based on a score given to a student at a single point in time. We know there are too many variables in place. Now, we look at trends over time. And will we be able to look at trends over time with this? Yes. Will we be able to, like I just referenced, look at the data we're going to be collecting from the KISA action plans and the results from that, and that you'll be able to make a decision. But to say that you're just going to flat out make a decision based on a score for a particular teacher, a grade level, a building level, without any reference to anything else, I don't think that that's what we would be up here sharing as an agency, as a department staff for school improvement. I think that there's more to it than just that.
Okay, Madam Chair, I wasn't actually finished with my thoughts. Okay. So I had read that it's based upon improvement in performance, and see if I can get my thoughts back here together. Oh, and our accreditation standards. So going back to my disagreement with Mr. Gordon, is that he was very, very anxious that we don't equate our assessments to the curriculum standards, yet there are 5 points of curriculum standards that are in our assessment. Number 2, KISA foundational structures. So to say that our accreditation is different than our assessment's different than our accreditation is really, I think, maybe a little bit too lawyer-ish, because definitely our curriculum standards are set by our accreditation. So if we, and our assessment, all our accreditation and our assessment are tied together in the legislative. That's why I'm pulling these all together. So they all are intertwined. They all affect one another. If you're doing an assessment, that's going to affect your accreditation, which is going to affect your curriculum. So they're all affecting each other. So I think to say one is independent of the other, that they're not intertwined, I don't think is accurate in practice. that would be my bit of study.
Okay, thank you. Michelle?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Danny, did you have something else? No? Okay. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just somewhat concerned about attaching curriculum that is chosen by local boards as to what they teach in the schools as being the reason. I mean, some of the emails and conversations I had with people is that, like, they tie the two things together, what we're doing here today and throwing out curriculum that is not agreed with or something at the local level is going to fix the assessment problem or fix the assessment scores. That seems like misinformation to me.
I don't even understand what that
Well,
means, I'm sorry.
There's a lot of disagreement about SEL being in the curriculum, and then that's, in other words, we're going to dumb down the assessment so that is an okay.
The English
Just don't correlate at all.
The standards for English learners are basically acquisition level of the English language arts standards. So what we would expect the English learners to learn, and when they take the CALPA, is basically we want them to learn English, right? And we want them to learn to read, speak, write, and listen. And we measure all those things. And when a student passes the CALPA and exits services, we expect them to enter into the classroom. There's no expectation based on their CALPA performance that they're going to enter the classroom at a level 3 or 4 student, okay? They've passed the acquisition level. We think they know English well enough to sit in the classroom without additional services. They're, in all probability, they'll probably score a 2 on the test. Some of them, if they're a 1, you probably need to look at, did you provide them enough services that they needed, right? But we're not guaranteed. I mean, that's a totally different process. I mean,
that's my point.
The testing and the process we go through for the testing and the standards, that's all similar, but they're not. You shouldn't relate any numbers that you see on percent of kids taking the CALPA and the percent in each domain at how successful they are or if they're proficient. You should not equate that or confuse that in any way with this test because they're independent, except that, like I say, the standards are the acquisition level, and so just think about what that word means. It doesn't mean they're at the demonstrating proficiency. They're demonstrating they've
I think what I'm saying is there's confusion out on the street.
There is a lot of confusion.
And so I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And before we go any further, I want to say, Board, that once we go to motion, I would like to add into that motion, and what was the word you used for that?
A concordance table.
The concordance. That we would have an expectation of seeing that concordance brought to the board no later than the October meeting, and hopefully before, but no later than the October meeting, to give them, just to really put out there that expectation that is being provided. We have to set cut scores so they can begin that process, but then the hope is that they would be, I think we're pretty sure we can definitely get them here by October, and sooner, that'd be great too. So just putting that out there to add to the motion if there's agreement in that. Betty?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, thank you. I put my name on there because I was prepared to make the motion, but I see there.
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Number 8.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the proposed Kansas assessment scale and cut scores for the 2025 revised state assessments in English language arts, mathematics, and science, with a concordance to be added to that, made available to us in October.
Thank you. That will work. Do I have a second? Jim gives me the second. discussion? Danny, you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to go back to what Michelle said. If parents really don't like the assessment and all the mini assessments, opt their children out of it.
Right.
I mean, come on, people, if you really dislike it, opt them out. It's not a rocket science deal. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other things. Yes, Commissioner?
So Beth and Julie and our friends at KU and Dan and everyone knows, I appreciate the time that everyone's put in on this, but especially those 140 some teachers that came together this summer and said, we need to look at the standards, we need to look at how kids just performed on this assessment, and we need to ascertain where we believe students are going to follow. And then they had to go through that process multiple times in multiple ways. And I just want to thank them, because I think sometimes we say we want the voice of the teacher. This is coming to us from the voice of the teachers. And this is their best work to bring these scores. At the end of the day, none of us want to see any standard lowered.
No.
Or we want the highest expectations for our kids. I think we're getting that. What you also want to say very clearly is, to the best of our that we can do, is that on this given day, this student did this, and that corresponds very closely to what else we see. I will tell you that 10 years now into this old assessment, that students that were in the top portion of level 2 were behaving like level 3 students, and we never adjusted for that. And you heard, we never adjusted. And we said, if you're in level 2, many of those students do not need assistance. We said that over and over. It's probably not going to be true now if you adopt these. But what happens is other people say words that were never intended for this assessment in the way that to be used with students. And the word proficient gets used in ways to make determinations. So I just want to thank the teachers. I want to also thank our research staff for looking at that data over the last 10 years and saying that we have hundreds of kids each year that never scored above level 2, that graduated high school, and now they're in engineering programs or in masters of business. They're being very successful. And I think teachers, in an independent way, said, this is what we see in the classroom. So thank you to the Kansas teachers.
And I have heard that as well from the field, that the teachers did not see alignment from what they saw in the assessment to what they saw in the classroom. Danny, did you have something else?
One more thing. The problem I have with level 1, 2, 3, and 4 is that level 1 person wakes up sometime and they're going to be successful.
Yes.
Having been a level 1 person, that we don't know when you're going to become a level 4. Everybody reacts differently. Having been in 88 buildings, I see different levels every time.
Right.
But they all change as they get older, or the light bulb comes on. So that's why I really, really struggle with assessment. But.
Debbie, did you have something else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we stress that assessments are for us. These are not measurements for the kids. You take your ACTs to go to college, you take your tests, you bring your grade report cards home and such as that. That is what tells you how you're doing in school. I can tell you I went through a lot of, I applied for the Air Force Academy. So, never once did I get asked, what were your assessment scores? I would have even no clue what my assessment scores were going through school. So I think that we're putting a lot of weight onto the students and onto the children We heard a parent talk earlier today that, oh, my child should be a 5 and they're now a 3. And I was like, so what? That shouldn't affect their outcome in life. This is assessments. These are for us to grade how we're doing, how our schools are performing, how we're doing year over year. And I'd like to get away from the conversation of quantifying children by these test scores. This really isn't even about them as much as about our schools, how we're doing, how we're educating. We have, what is it? I think we're at like a 56% functionally illiterate nationwide rate in our education. America needs to do better. We can do better. And I think that NAEP has it was ranked at 34 in the nation. So I do know that our past assessment test, it was underneath NAEP for sure, but it was tracking with it. So it was at least from year to year tracking. So I mean, the conversation just seems to be getting a little bit personal onto the kids, and I don't think this is really even about them at all.
Thank you. Michelle, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback the part that you brought up about the assessments. That's what I don't want is I don't want legislation looking at a one snapshot test in a year where you've taken quizzes and tests and assignments. It's a one day assessment, and then saying, well, we're going to tie that to accreditation, or you need to tie that to accreditation and pull accreditation from a district because certain people aren't performing on a one snapshot test. That should never be put on the backs of any child because it's about education. It's about acquiring knowledge. It's about learning, and those things are happening in real time for the parents if they're willing to engage the school every single day in the classroom. The teachers know. The teachers are exceptional out there. They know exactly what's going on with that student. So I don't want to be looking at comparing states to state. I'm looking at my own child and thinking, don't compare me to somebody in Maine, or don't compare me to somebody worldwide. It's on a NAEP test. It's like I just want to know, are they improving? Like you're saying, are they improving? Can they write? Can they do the basics? And then beyond that, I expect more than that. But I do not want to ever tie accreditation of a district or anything to a one snapshot test. I would never want that to happen, especially put into law to happen. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on. We have our motion on the table that has been seconded, and we are going to take our vote. All in favor of the setting these cut scores? Okay. Opposed? 7-3, and we pass. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody back there. Appreciate your work, and all the educators, as has been said at this table, for all the work they've done. I know the TAC and the CAC, I mean, there's just a lot of people involved in all of that. So thank you.
I will see you next month.
Okay. Okay. Next up, I'm excited about this, the reading corner that we're having every month as we take a look into literacy in our schools and what's happening in the classrooms. Welcome. Dr. Curtis, we'll let you get situated and introduce your folks.
Well, I think they're bringing up their presentation. I am excited to be in front of you today. Yesterday, 3 of my grandchildren started school. I talked to them last week. I knew all about the fun backpacks, the water bottles, all the cool stuff. But yesterday, I called after their first day. So I said, how was school? Great. What made it great? And they weren't talking about the backpacks or the water bottles. They were talking about their teachers, and they were talking about the friends that were in the classes with them. They are excited. They are ready for a new year because I think we all love a new beginning. So I spent the morning with teachers in a district, K-2 teachers in a district, and one of the questions I asked them was, what is your favorite part about or your favorite thing about a new school year? What is your favorite thing? It's not the new backpack or the water bottle, all that stuff. And it was interesting. The first thing that came out of someone's mouth is what I have always said is my favorite thing, and that is it gives you an opportunity for a fresh start. You start over. At the university, you get to start over twice. I had 2 semesters. And that's an opportunity for us to reflect and go, I'm going to do this. Even though I did it great last year, I gave it my all, I'm going to do it better this year. I'm going to learn from what I did, and I'm going to do it better. Because beginnings matter. Starting matters. And so I am excited today because I have 3 educators from USD 259 Wichita, and they are going to talk to you about starting strong. And I'm going to have them introduce themselves, and then I think you will really enjoy their presentation. So welcome, USD 259.
Welcome, ladies.
Whatever that number is. There's a lot of numbers in the state. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. So we have a question. Who wants all kindergartners to have a strong literacy start? Raise your hands. Excellent, right? All of us do. And so as we did our work with literacy and building a strong structured literacy program in both phonics and comprehension, we were doing a really good job of seeing our data grow in 1st through 5th grade. And a few years back, we started to see our kindergartners weren't getting off on the foot that we wanted them to get off on. So we have made some big changes in our kindergarten program, and we are here today to share with you a little bit of that story, where we've been and what we've done and where we're headed next. My name is Gina Shute. I am a district instructional coach and have worked with principals, work with teachers, and work with training our instructional coaches in our buildings.
And hello, my name is Laura Rowley, and I am the elementary ELA curriculum specialist for a district, and my role is support to teachers.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheila Marcellus, and I am one of the teachers from our district. I'm starting my 31st year this fall, and out of those 31 years, thank you, 19 of them have been at the kindergarten level. And so I look forward to share with you what we've discovered.
Move it down just a little. All right, so as you know, we are the largest district in the state of Kansas. So when you think about being the largest, we think about, wow, the impact of the work that we do, right, is just on a grander scale. So just to put it in perspective, we have 54 elementary buildings.
We have 153 kindergarten teachers.
And approximately 3,192 kindergarten students. So the scope of this work really is, it's wide, it's big, and it impacts a lot.
So I mentioned looking at our data, and when we started this work, we were looking at the screener data. So just quick, word seg, letter name, letter sound, so their automaticity, how quickly students are able to say their letter names, how quickly they're able to say their letter sounds. It's really important for reading. So we want them to be able to do that quickly so they can blend and read words. And then the other one, word seg, it's knowing a word and how to break it apart into individual sounds. So these are really important, critical, foundational skills for our kindergartners. And as you can see, the data there in the spring of 2021 was anywhere from 30 to 56%, and we're not happy with that. We're not happy with that.
So thinking about where we went, we definitely grew, right? 61 to 71%. So we're getting closer.
And so last spring are the numbers in red where we landed. We're going to talk about where we're headed next with that. Again, we're still not where we want to be yet, with between 56 and 66% students. But when you look at the growth overall from where we started with our big changes that we've made in 2021 until the spring of 24, we are growing and going in the right direction. And so we're going to share what was some of those big changes that we've made, what are we doing, and then what are we going to do about those red numbers.
So historically, the practice in kindergarten was to learn that letter of week, right? And so you spend 1 week on one letter, learning all about that letter, and then moving on to the next letter. When we think about a school year, we have approximately 36 weeks, right? And those are all full weeks, and we know we don't have those, right? It takes a long time to get through the whole alphabet, not to mention repeated practice, exposures, and so forth. And so, with some research, letters, enter letters. I mean, our whole district has been through letters and that work. And so through letters and some important research that we read, we recognize that we need a change in that practice from that letter of week to a letter a day, where we have cycles of learning the letters. Sheila's going to tell you a little bit more about that.
And with those 6 cycles for teaching the alphabet, it was different for me at first because I started so soon with the 1 letter a week. And I have found it was new learning for me, but it benefited the kids tremendously because they had that six opportunities to focus on each individual letter. And that allowed us within 6 weeks to start being able to sound out like the simple words like cat and dog and things like that, where before some of those kids didn't get that opportunity until spring. And so now they're getting that in the fall instead. And with the letters training, it's impacted my teaching quite a bit. I've recently finished volume 1, 2, and the early childhood volumes, and it's allowed me to really fine tune what I knew, but it's also taught me a lot of things that were new, and now it's helped me in the classroom a lot.
So how did we train 154 teachers and work to change that mind shift of moving from teaching a letter a week to teaching a letter every day and teaching both the uppercase and lowercase letter every day? So one of the first things we did from the research, we dug a little deeper. So it's one thing to go through the letters curriculum and just read it and get through it, but it's another thing to really apply it. And so at the district level, I feel like we have a really strong passion and goal to make that happen, to help our students and help our teachers with the work. And so what we did was we dove deeper into that research. We read the article and we're like, we could create that. And so it talked about the research that was done with teaching a letter a day and what you needed to do to make it happen. And it was like within a 12-minute frame of instruction. And so what we did was from that research, we created PowerPoints for each of the letters so that we could get all of those parts in there. And so students learn the letter name, they learn the letter sound, they learn what's happening in their mouth when they're creating that sound. They learn how to handwrite, explicit instruction with how to handwrite that letter, and then practice that letter in this routine. And so it's interactive, and we have some pictures to show of some teachers here in action. The first picture is they're finding it in environmental print, so students are looking for it. In the second picture, they are just learning the name. So they stand up and put their hands in the air. When it's in uppercase, they learn uppercase letter, and then they go down to the floor and they say lowercase. So they're learning both of those. And so that's what the teacher's doing here. And then they get to go find the letter around the room before they learn how to write the letter.
And some of the benefits of having the PowerPoint for teachers, it's really helped with our pacing. We are able to take so much time to get through each part. And at first, the beginning of the year, of course, it is slower, but then it allows us to keep moving faster and to get more things in. And another benefit that we have found with the PowerPoints, as a teacher, if I had to be gone, this is a valuable tool for the sub that comes in that may not necessarily have the educational background, and they can still present. The learning is still continuing, and when we come back, we're not having to reteach everything again. So it's been helping, and it also helps us. It allows us to be a little creative too. We don't have to. It's not just this. We're able to put our own personality and flair into it too.
Absolutely. We never want to take the art out of teaching. That's so important for teachers. So beyond just like the slides that we created for that alphabet, we call it an alphabetic knowledge routine. So AKR is what we say. We really created that explicit instruction for that entire word recognition block. So that 60 minutes of time, we really honed in on it to get all of the components. And so in that time, we start off with explicit instruction in blending and segmenting sounds.
The next part that they do in the word recognition block is that alphabet knowledge routine. So then using the PowerPoint, they're able to work on their letter names and letter sounds and handwriting.
And then we're also applying those letter names and sounds to spelling, right? So we're bringing all the levels down from that phonemic awareness to the sounds down to spelling.
And in that picture, it's fun to see, it's interactive. So all the students have their alphabet arc mats in front of them, and then they're learning the lowercase and the uppercase letters with those. And then next, there's a high frequency word routine that we're using. So something that we learned in the research was our brain doesn't really just hold on to all the memorizing. That's we don't just want to memorize a sight word. So we want to use what we know with the letters and sounds. And so we're teaching that to our students. You can see the manipulatives in the picture here, where they're able to listen to the sounds in the word. And then you can see them holding their markers, because then they're taking it to spelling too. So they're using their manipulatives, listening to sounds, and then writing their words down below.
And then last, putting it all together and reading every day. Students in text, in that decodable text, right? That's the true application of all of that learning just before. So very, very important, very just explicit 60-minute block of that word rec. So, as you can see, that all help create this systematic approach, right? Because, again, it impacts so many people in our district. So we had to have that alignment of this, of the slides. Those help create that systematic approach and allow for that consistency across, 154 kindergarten teachers, right, in our classrooms. And then we also created a what's called a kindergarten teacher handbook. And so this has kind of been our go-to guide, just has lots of knowledge over all parts of the routine. And that's what we use for training. So when we train teachers, we go to that guide. When we train principals, when we train coaches, it becomes that common language that we use in that book.
We just listed the number of kindergarten teachers, and when we add in the principals and the coaches that support and all the support staff, we really needed to have a system in place to help show everyone what does this quality instruction, the structured literacy instruction with phonics look like in kindergarten. And so what does it look like? What does it sound like? So within our handbook and what we use with our principals and coaches, we have checklists that have been created for each one of those parts. So a principal or a coach that is doing an observation can come in, open to the checklist where they see the teacher is working, and then they can leave some positive feedback and some growing feedback about the parts of the routine. So even if they don't know it, they're going to have this tool to help them learn as well.
And one way we can have our district in-service things where we're learning, but the district has given us what we call kindergarten learning nights, whereas teachers, we can go after hours when the kids have gone home and things, so that we've done it for 3 years now and starting our 4th. And I've had the opportunity to participate in almost all of them, and it's really helped because early on, they would take one of those parts of the word rec, and that's what the focus of that night would be. It would really help us to understand how to do it. They would use model lessons, and then they would also have different resources for us that we could take back to our classrooms and actually use the next day. So it's been very beneficial to have those kindergarten learning nights so that we can learn more about what we need to be doing.
Yeah, Yes, and we are so grateful that she showed up all those times. We could always count on Sheila being there. But yeah, that's exactly what they were. They were intentional. It was like kindergarten teachers were begging for just kindergarten support. And so we were finally allowed to do that. And so, yeah, for past 3 years. And you can see they're interactive, they're engaging, modeling, intentional focus on each part, and they also got the community support. So now you got kindergarten teachers talking to each other across those buildings, right? And so that just really helps solidify that community together.
When we first started 4 years ago, we were able to use some of our ESSER dollars to fund the nights. We pay our teachers to come, and then also for the resources. We are definitely wanting to continue them because of the great feedback the teachers have given us, and just on a little bit more of a limited resources, but we are definitely going to continue them.
And so while we know I hope we can see that we've made some tremendous growth, right? And, come a long ways in the 4 years. We're not done yet though, right? We know we still have work to do. And so we have some next steps and some intentional focusing around our goals, our school improvement plan. I couldn't think of the word, school improvement plan, right? And so we're going to zero in and focus on where do we want to see that growth in letter names and letter sound and that word seg again, nonsense word fluency. So yeah, we have to be intentional. We can't just, we haven't arrived, right? And so we want to continue that support. And I know Gina just mentioned we're going to continue those kindergarten nights as well, maybe on a little smaller scale, but they show up, right? And we want to be there to support them.
Just going to add, so on their school improvement plans that they're working on literally this week, as teachers have been returning and in service week, that they're working on their goals, which are focused around structured literacy. So they're writing a goal for phonics improvement, and then they're also writing a goal for comprehension. So they're working on both of those goals. And then the document in the middle, just to provide kind of a scaffold of support of, okay, just a reminder, here are the things we've learned in letters. Here are the quality instruction that we want to happen in our reading programs. And so to help make that an easier choice for them so that we're making the best choices for our students so we can get them set off on the trajectory that we want them to be.
Awesome. Well, we just want to thank you for this opportunity to share this important work. And you know what? We invite you to come see it in action. So come see us.
Thank you so much. I do have some questions, it looks like, but
Before you ask your questions,
Sure.
I didn't coach anybody. I don't tell them what to put in any of these presentations. But I wanted to thank you as a board, because if you saw, it's the work that you've done to support letters. And then they talked about the action plan, KISA, like
Yes.
all of the things that you have been working on is what they are now implementing, and you can see the difference it makes for
Absolutely.
kids. So thank you.
Yeah,
I'll let you ask them questions.
really exciting to me to hear what you're doing. Real quick, I'm going to do a really bad thing and step in front of everybody. I love that your kindergarten teachers are able to collaborate. I mean, I think that collaboration piece we're hearing over and over is so huge at so many levels. So is there the crossover at all with first grade teachers to say, I mean, do they have full understanding of what you're doing in kindergarten that then does that make sense?
As I say, well, each of our buildings has an instructional coach. So yes, I would say yes. There are also opportunities for first, second grade. We have like first, second grade together. So we were having some evenings for them as well, because everybody wants to have a little time like just for them. And then we also started intermediate nights, which are the third, fourth, and fifth grade teachers. And they're highly attended. Our teachers come in tired after teaching all day. Like they come in and you can just see how hard their day has been, and they get in there and their energy just fills our room and just makes us all just grateful to be there and that's why we want to keep doing it, is because they bring the energy and they want to be there. So yeah, we are working on I think they all know the work that's happening.
Wonderful. Thank you. Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really enjoyed that because, I mean, every year has its own fun things, but there is something special about kindergarten. It's just really fun to teach a kindergartner, especially opening up that world of reading. You're the start of it. But I did on your one slide see what appeared to me to look like Phillips Fundamental Learning kind of tools, and I wondered if you were using their program at all, because I know Dr. Curtis is into dyslexia training and stuff. I saw the little colored tiles, and it looked like
The
that to me.
manipulatives.
They use that kind of same thing, and so, okay, but
It's just a common practice, like that
It is.
manipulative in front. So to the sound, the phoneme, it represents the phoneme, and then we represent the letter. So it all comes from the letters research.
yeah, I taught my kids differently. You'll have to show me because I'm like sitting here, how does color blocks relate to phonics? But I would love to sometime
so it's
just
a sound.
yeah,
so it
learn
represents
that. But
sound.
thank you. I really appreciate it.
Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So over 31 years, yay, that's amazing. So do you see like as far as retention in kids, as far as their focus with the writing, practicing the letters like I did when I was little? Do you see that the kids overall, like over the years, did you ever see where they went to maybe more of a, as you call it, like the memorization type thing, where they were looking at a picture and memorize it rather than breaking down the words like you guys are doing now? Doing the structured literacy. Did you see that change? Because I know it happened with my son. There was a time where we were like, oh, you're reading by looking at a picture. You memorize. It was a lot of memorized sight words and things like that. And now we're doing structured literacy. Are you seeing a difference in focus and retention of children, of their learning?
I have seen an improvement in that, and it was I would say old school way, the way we were doing it before. You didn't know for sure how much they were retaining. You teach it, they would tell you they knew it, but then by the end of the year, you weren't guaranteed that they were still going to know it. But with that repeated practice that we're doing now with all the parts, and we're using different sensory motors to try and engage them, the retention and the focus has been much higher.
Much higher. I wondered about that. And then that's what I'm wondering about as far as continuing that on in the first, second, third, more, just continue with the writing rather than getting away with it and going more technical, because that just opens up so much connection with the brain and retention. I always use this thing as if I write down my grocery list on a piece of paper and I leave it in the car, if it's not just in my phone, I can actually retain it based off of how I wrote that down.
Absolutely.
Yes, so I was just thinking about that, like if you're practicing sign language, if you're not practicing it, you're going to lose it. If you have German, if you're learning German and you're not practicing that, so writing has to continue. It has to be a part of ELA. It has to be. So, thank you.
Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Needless to say, I'm WPS proud. Great job. The one thing I want to point out, and I can remember when I first heard the data, that if a student is not reading at third grade, they have a higher tendency to drop out. And so a problem was presented. But oftentimes when a problem is presented, equal time is not given to the solution that you've come up with. I'm equating those two because I wondered, okay, if you're not reading when you're in third grade, what are we doing about it? And you are a perfect example of what is being done to address that. Starting at a kindergarten level, where it's, and kids at that age are anxious to learn. They love learning. That's why I think you probably love being in kindergarten. They love learning. And I am so pleased that we did highlight that problems are being introduced, but also there are solutions. And those solutions are what's helping us. I love it. I thank you for presenting. You did a great job. And contrary to the lecture that we had from the chair about using your phone, I did text the superintendent that you could.
Lecture even.
That I'm transparent, that you guys did great. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, Commissioner.
So go back to the original data slide. You don't have to pull it up. And you said, okay, we've seen this progress. We worked really hard. We really tightened things. And then last year maybe was a disappointment, or I don't. And now you're thinking, what does that tell us or not tell us? Can you just expand on that just briefly? What did it tell you? What did it not tell you? What are you thinking about last year's data as it relates to how you're just looking at everything?
I know we've had lots of conversations about it, and I know we're just as anxious as the teachers are to get their spring data and see what it looks like. And I think when we saw it, we all had kind of a stomach ache as we looked at it, honestly. But some of the conversation has been around, so what's going on? We know there were tremendous behaviors that we saw in our classrooms last year that we heard about. Like, we definitely heard about. We actually were part of those and saw some of those. So we know behavior is a place that we need to focus in on. We have oftentimes a big turnaround. So with 154 teachers, teachers leaving, teachers retiring, kindergarten teacher moving to second grade, fifth grade moving to kindergarten. So we're constantly looking at who's in front of us, what do they need, and how do we support them as quickly as possible so our kids get what they need as quickly as possible. So I guess two things there, behavior for sure, and we're working on that. And then also what are we doing to help support? What do they need? So we want to be there for them and listen so we can help.
I mean, and all of those conversations are always centered around data, right? So that always helps spark that. And so that's just a continued, we're going to look at that and we're going to keep growing and keep doing the right things right? And then make adjustments when we need to be doing that.
Really quick, okay, because we definitely need to move
Thank
on.
you, Madam Chair. I just, since you're also in my district, I would love if you would follow up with me more on maybe what can be done at the state level to support you with those behavior issues. Because I do think that comes down, I think even statute-wise, to your local boards and what can we do to support them and see if you can get that under control and help the teachers in the classroom have a better experience. So just please communicate with me as much as you want.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Curtis. This was just wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, board, we're going to take a 10-minute break and be back at, I don't know, can you put 3:07? Okay, back at it. Oh, Dr. J. Scott is in the house. Come on.
So, you had a great presentation from Wichita Public Schools.
Wasn't that awesome?
You're singing happy birthday to Deborah. Happy birthday, by the way. And then you followed up with Kisa. Okay, so
come on.
I do want to say Wichita Public Schools, I got to go to their literacy summit. I know some of you were there with me in the fall. That was phenomenal. I mean, they taught me things, and that's really hard to do. So it was really, really good, and I just love that connection that they were making to Kisa. That's Kisa in the classroom. You can see it happening in the classroom, so that was really, really nice to see. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Watson, thank you. I appreciate the time. It is Middle Child Day today. Any middle children in the room? There we go. We've got one. I'm the youngest child, so I'm thinking, when's my day? When's my day?
You had your day every day. As the youngest child, your day was every day.
That's right.
That's what it is.
How could I forget that? It's also Vinyl Record Day. So it always brings back memories of the Carpenters being played in my house. It does. It does. Yes, they are. They are synonymous. And now, I looked it up. It went out of mainstream. Vinyl Records went out mainstream 1991. Replaced pretty quickly by, cassette tapes were already there, and then CDs. CDs kind of took over. It also gave us a term, sounding like a broken record. So today I stand before you, bringing you the graduation standards again, sounding like a broken record, but I would say it's good it leads to good learning. You heard somebody from Wichita Public Schools talk about repeated practice, right? We have to repeat things over and over. Maybe you say it a little differently, but so I want to make sure the board, so I am going a little maybe off side of what you generally do with an action item. I'm actually going to talk through what I presented back in July as a receive item. So we're going to walk through some of these slides again so you can hear them again. But these are scheduled for an action, board action today. So without further ado, the timeline, just remind the board, and I appreciated the conversation that I've already heard today about not wanting KISA to be decided on one thing, or specifically state assessments. And you all know, because you voted this in, it's not just based on one outcome, right? The state assessments. So if you look at its compliance, its school improvement, and its outcomes, and just for today's, this first presentation on graduation standards, it's an outcome. So, and we don't start looking at those and evaluating those until 26-27. So the standards that you're voting on today won't be applied to systems until 26-27. So how would the accreditation determination process work? In 26-27, let's say that a school district doesn't meet the standards, right, in graduation. What happens to that system? They remain accredited. They remain accredited, but they are notified, and the regional executive or the cohort lead will work with that system to make sure they're addressing that not meeting standards in their KISA action plan, right? And then so that's really what happens if you don't meet standards in any of the areas for KISA. But for KISA graduation rate, just for this example today, the first year you're notified, added into how you're addressing it in your KISA action plan. The next year, if it happened again, that's the key, is if it's a second consecutive year not meeting a standard, that's where the ARC would go on site with this system. And I think this is a key piece of our new model, is the ARC typically before would look at a piece of paper, would look at a report, right, and do a desk audit for systems that weren't meeting standards. Now we've got this situation where it's much more supportive. You know, it's other educators who are part of the Accreditation Review Council that go to that system, spend the full day, hear about how they're trying to address this issue. We think that's a much more supportive model. And then the ARC, after spending time with that system, would then decide either this system would be accredited with conditions, and those conditions would be requirements that system would have to do, or remain fully accredited or accredited, just knowing that that's obviously an area that needs to be addressed.
If I could, Jay, real quick, just to interject, in that ARC part, it would be, as the ARC is, how many members again? Is it 18?
There's 18 is a full ARC.
Okay.
Right now we have 13, so we're recruiting new ARC members on for this year.
Okay, so it would probably be a 3-person team that would go to the school?
Yes. We
Okay.
did an ARC on-site review this spring with the system that was conditionally accredited.
Okay.
That's actually my next presentation are the ARC's recommendations. So that system we actually piloted and did an ARC on-site review. Now we took 4, so we're just kind of working with the ARC and fine-tuning that process.
Wonderful. And then they would bring their thoughts from their meeting back to the full ARC, where they would decide as a full
Correct.
team. Okay, I just kind of wanted to walk
Yes.
through that process a little
Yep.
bit. And then they would send that to the board to decide.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the KESA graduation standards, there are 2 things that you'll see that are in the standards. Number 1 is, what is the system's KESA graduation rate? But remember, it's not what we typically think of when we say graduation rate. It's not a 1-year look. The KESA graduation rate that we look at is a 5-year graduation rate. And you calculate that by taking your total number of graduates from your most recent graduating classes divided by the number of students that started as freshmen, right, over those 4 years that were to graduate in 4 years. Okay, so the state KESA graduation rate, if we calculated it today, this is our most recent. We obviously don't have 2025 data in yet, but it is 88.7%, right? That's for the state. What we would do is calculate this for each system in the state, and then that's what we would look at in terms of the standards. Did they meet the standard or not? But that's only one thing we look at. So we look at the number. The other thing we would look at is the rate of change. So you talked about improvement today. I heard the board talk about improvement. That is the key term to all this. No one argues with improvement. If you're improving, obviously something's working. So the rate of change that we look at, how we calculate that is we look at your most recent KESA graduation rate minus your previous year's KESA graduation rate. Now that's a little funky because we're mixing some terms in there, but basically this example that I've got for you here, this is an actual district in Kansas. Their KESA graduation rate, their most recent, was 96.2. Again, that's based on 5 graduating classes. Their previous KESA graduation rate was 96.5. So what did they do? They actually declined 0.3%. So we look at the rate of change and the number. So here are the standards that we're asking you to take action on today. So you have your performance categories on the left, exceeds, meets, identified need. If a system is in either exceeds or meets for that year, they're meeting the standard for KESA graduation rates. If they're an identified need, they did not meet the standard. Okay? So you can see the criteria, 95% or above KESA graduation rate, regardless of your rate of change, is in exceeds. So that previous example that I just walked you through, they might have declined 0.3%, but we didn't look at that because they're at 96% KESA graduation rate, very high. And I know our state goal is 95%, but that's yearly. This is even more, I would say, rigorous, right? Looking at 5 years. And so that's the criteria for exceeds. Meets, there's 2 ways to be in that performance category. One is if you're between 88 and 94.9, and your KESA graduation rate, your rate of change is not more than 2% decline. So if you basically maintain, right, or improve, you're between 88 and 94.9, you meet the standard. Now, I'll talk more a little bit about that 2%. That is significant. I will just tell you, our research and evaluation team looked, they are the engine behind these standards, right? Our research and evaluation team, and they found that if you're declining from one year to the next with your KESA graduation rate over 2%, something drastic is happening. and it's not just a one-year thing. So the other way to meet standard, and I think this is, to me, the most important part of our standards, if you're below 88%, but you improved, your rate of change went up, it could be 0.1%, you meet the standard. I think that's very important for the board to understand that. And you can see the current data in the state, the number of systems that fall into each of those categories over there on the right. And then identified need. Again, if you are between 88 and 94.9, on the outside looking in, people will say that's a pretty good graduation rate. But if your rate of change is more than 2% decline, then we need to take a deeper look. We're saying that doesn't meet, that's an identified need. Or if you are below basically the state average, right, the KISA graduation rate, state average, if you're below 88% and you either stay flat or you decline any small amount, that's identified need. Okay, so those are the graduation standards. Let me just stop there if that's okay, and we can, if there are any questions before we move on.
Yeah, board, yes, Commissioner, and then.
So I want to also put some things in perspective as it relates to the philosophy by which we're going about KISA. So you're going to see here multiple ways in which a school district can meet one of the outcomes. Jay's team's now going to, since you said the cut score is going to be doing something very similar with the academic things. But Jay talked about if you're in this for 1 year, what do? We notify you, but we watch. There will be some that want you to not accredit them tomorrow. Our philosophy is we're here to help them get better. And if they don't do that over time, then the ARC will go in and give you a report as to why is that not happening. But we've never said we should just move to a strict non-accredited when that data point moves in one way or the other, without looking at a broader sense of what that means.
Absolutely.
Because we want the system to improve. And Jay talked about our research and evaluation team. I talked to a lot of states. You know, what do you do when a school district anywhere in the country doesn't get better? States may take that over. I call that the dog catching the car. Right? You better know, when we get to that stage, we better know what we're going to do with that system before we ever get to that stage. And I've talked to Jay about that. Because if you don't, then you don't have a plan for what are we all going to do together to improve whatever system that is. This is only one look. They're going to be looking at multiple outcomes measures, not just the graduation. But
yep. Great.
Yeah, absolutely. Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jake, I think you talked about this at another meeting. What if a student's been in a school district for a long time, and then all of a sudden they move within that span of time, like ninth grade or 10th, they move to a nearby district? I mean,
yes.
A little bit of open enrollment is happening, and people are feeling a little more comfortable moving around. So as far as who gets credit then for that? If they graduate then, and maybe like I'm thinking about the smaller schools, when they move out, that makes a big difference if that kid doesn't graduate with that class.
So currently, and this is going to be complicated with Senate Bill 45, right? So, and we need to talk more about that, but we really don't have time to get into that today. But currently, how that would work is if it's a legitimate transfer, let's say a sophomore from Seaman High School transfers to Washburn Rural High School, right? If it's a legitimate transfer, then Washburn Rural actually becomes responsible for that student. Takes that from Seaman.
So remember, we kind of ran into this where we had virtual school and we had people coming from all over. So they were coming from all over the state, maybe, and going to, and it was bringing the numbers down of that district because their numbers were, the graduation rate, they didn't have them the whole time. They're coming in at the very end and they're catching up. And so their numbers were, the virtual school numbers were one thing, were really low, and then their actual brick and mortar was really high. So, I mean, that's what I'm wondering as far as if you don't have the kid, and all of a sudden you have the kid, you're responsible for them for what, a year or two?
Well, until their 4-year cohort graduates, if they don't graduate the year that they're scheduled to, that their 4-year cohorts, whoever they're enrolled with
Right.
at that time,
Yeah.
that's who's responsible for that student. And so, and remember, virtual and brick and mortar doesn't matter with this, right? This is system level accreditation.
Right, I was
so
just trying to think about.
bring it
with
all
the-
in together.
With the movement and stuff, I'm just trying to think, that's another thing. When
A couple other things to remember on that, Michelle. One, I want to go back to, they left one school, and whether it's virtual or brick and mortar, they leave that cohort that they were in. So that's not part of the number disappears in Jay's example from Seaman, and it gets moved to Auburn, Washburn.
Yeah.
So that person then no longer shows up in Seaman's data. So that's one. Second, on the 4-year cohort, for everyone to remember, we're still in the graduating class of 25. And they have until October 1 to graduate with that cohort. So there are still school districts working, for that kid that's 1 credit or 2 credit and seeing if they can graduate in that cohort. So those are 2 things, just details that I wanted to make sure I clarified as you're thinking about it.
I mean, it's kind of important if you're looking at the big picture. I mean, so that they've pretty much educated that child, and now it could be a good or bad thing.
Right.
But I mean, I'm just thinking that could happen. I mean, it can happen, but with more and more movement, I just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know what those percentages are. It'd be good to look at those percentages, because I would like to see if that affects a district negatively on something like this or not.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank Dr. Watson, because I appreciate that in orientation I had that question, and now you kind of, you're nodding, you brought it further for me, and I appreciate, if the dog catches the car, because I put a lot of thought what I'd do if I caught the car. And so, I mean, one of the things, I guess, just throwing some ideas, I would kind of, my mind tracks to the persistently dangerous schools, the options that kids are given if they are found to be in a persistently dangerous school, in the same way that these are very destructive. You get a school that does not meet those standards for over 2 years, there's something wrong, like you said. So this becomes an environment that's somewhat toxic for these kids. And so giving parents options that might be aligned, just to think down, of options, school options for those kids that maybe, the board has to restructure how they're giving education, if obviously what they're using. But I was disappointed when I first learned that there are no schools that have ever lost their accreditation. And I'm like, how can that be? Because people fail. We're, people, and we don't do things right. And so it just seems like sometimes you just have to allow people to fail so that that you've got a line somewhere.
I'm always reminded that we always need to talk clearly about the different levels of accreditation status. So we have accredited with conditions, which a lot of people equate to not accredited, and that is not the case. You're still accredited, but you have these requirements. And then there is not accredited. We did not accredit, the board did not accredit a system during KISA 1.0. And I think it was around 11% of the systems in KISA 1.0 were accredited or were conditionally accredited. That's what we called it back then. So it's not there are consequences, right, that are assigned with this. It is a rigorous process. And so I think these standards specifically, and as Randy said, as we build out more of the standards, it's important to maintain rigor. We need to have high expectations.
And it's so important, as you said, that if they get there, they have to go into their KISA action plan and show us what are you going to do to address it. So it really adds to the look is there, we're here to support you, but you have to have a plan in place. How are you going to turn this around? So all of those pieces, just so important. Okay.
So I can we hit these last time. I do want to reference the 2%. Our research and evaluation looked at every system in the state of Kansas and looked at the ones that their rate of change was in the negative. And they looked at the average rate of change in the negative was 1.6. So we rounded it to 2% and said that if you're over 2% decline from one KISA graduation rate to the next, again, something drastic is going on, right? And we need to go in and provide more support to that system. So this is the same example that I shared, an actual district in Kansas. If we were, we're not right now, but if we were evaluating systems and KESA graduation rate, you can see that this system, a small system, so this total cohort size you see on the left there, 113, that's 113 of 5 graduating classes, right? So it's a smaller system. They graduate around 20 students each year. 96.5 one year, 96.2 the next year, KESA graduation rate. So they're still staying in exceeds because even though they declined, they're still above 95%. And here's another example, again, a smaller system, but look at their cohort size, which is the number of freshmen, right, that should graduate 4 years later, plus or minus the transfers, right? Look at their cohort size. How many small schools do you know that are growing like that, right? So in this example, the system actually added a virtual school in their programming. And that, as you mentioned, they have not had success in graduating kids from their virtual school. So you can look at, that's a drastic change. You're adding a lot of students, they're virtual, they may not have the connection, right, that you're looking for, and so you see a drastic change. So they went from 79.3 down to 74.9, and again, that's 5 years of data there. So they're definitely an identified need, and we would look at it that way. So just a couple of examples.
Any further discussion? We are up for a vote, so. Ms. Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to make some comments because I appreciate how you started this process, which was getting the input, and that is significant since we often talk about connectivity. Many times, people in decision-making fail to consider that they can be a part of the problem. You know, so at some point, you know, to take a look at that, are we part of the problem or are we going to be part of the solution? And building this around input that you receive from districts and trying to take into consideration their concern really poised us to be part of the solution. And with that said, Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to receive it.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the KESA graduation standards as presented to go into effect beginning with the 2026-2027 school year.
Do I have a second? Dennis. Any further discussion? Okay, ready for a vote? All in favor? Eight, all opposed? Present, not voting. 802, and that passes. Jay, was this when we were going to talk about, and then I just lost my thought. Oh, the KESA Info Center sessions.
Next slide. You read my
Right
mind.
there.
So I do want to encourage the board. We're doing another round of KESA information sessions. Myron and I were in Greenbush North yesterday and had a couple of sessions. This is a repeat of what we covered in the spring, but as you know, people are kind of busy in the spring. Not that they're always never busy, right? But we did this same session in the spring. We heard from enough people that, hey, we weren't able to make it. Are you going to run this again? So we are doing another round of KESA info sessions. We are talking specifically about the KESA graduation standards. We would love to have any board members that can make it join. We offer 2 sessions a day. Choose your morning or afternoon, whichever you'd like. You can see there's no registration for these since they're just a couple hours. We would love to see board members joining those information sessions. Just want to encourage that.
Jay, we hear rumors that you already may have some KISA groupies. I won't say whom that may be, that likes to follow you to many sites. So
Well,
we'd encourage, right?
Yes,
Say board
we
member
encourage
groupies that want
that.
to hang out with KISA people. So.
You learn a lot listening, that's for sure.
Well, Madam Chair could lead these sessions, just so you know, but yes, we appreciate that.
No,
And I know
it's really
systems
good.
appreciate it very much.
Okay, well, thank you. And look at that, you're up next.
Yes, we'll move right to the next one.
Right to the next one. So we're going to receive Accreditation Review Council's recommendations for this year.
So this is something that I'm very practiced at. We did this a lot with KISA 1.0, especially towards the end. So this is a little different today because, as you know, we've moved to a yearly accreditation decision for every system in Kansas. So what you're going to hear today is, as a receive item, this is every system's accreditation status as recommended by the ARC. So there are 3 areas that we look at in accreditation. You know this: school improvement, student outcomes, and compliance. And it's very important that the board understands you just approved standards for an outcome area, right? We have standards in school improvement. We have standards in compliance. So it's really important to talk the same language when we're out with systems. Is KISA is a standards-based accreditation model. And so those 3 areas are what we're basing a decision on. However, you know this, we didn't look at all 3 of those this year, right? So the recommendations you're getting today are simply based on 2 areas. Well, compliance, there's 13 areas. So each of those 13 areas is evaluated by a lead team at KSDE, and then a decision is made whether that system is in compliance or not in compliance. Okay, and I shared with you the report. You should have every system and what their compliance status was in every area, right? That was evaluated. We also evaluated systems KISA action plan. So again, I love that Wichita brought that today, right? That a lot of the KISA action plans were structured literacy, professional learning. So you're seeing it play out. What we looked at this year, and I say we, our action plan review team, did incredible work. It's people part of KSDE across teams, reviewed every single one of our 303 school districts in KISA. They reviewed their action plan. They reviewed it for clarity, they reviewed it for alignment to the school improvement model, and they reviewed it for, is there data to back up this action, right? So those were the 2 pieces that were evaluated this year. I just wanted to remind the board of the roles. So we asked systems to engage in the collaborative process, and I would say for this last year, this first year, it was tremendous engagement. We're looking for the same thing this year. For KSDE, a lot of coaching, support, and evaluating. We do all 3. So our regional executives, myself and Myron, we go out and we coach teams through the KISA process. We help them through that. There's support provided. You know, Dr. Curtis was in Heston this morning providing support for Heston schools. Wonder who got her to go there. But you know, that's a perfect example of support for their action plan, right? And then we have an action plan review team that's evaluating. All of those together, we then present reports to the Accreditation Review Council, who takes those reports, they review those reports, and then they vote. And they make on recommendations, and then obviously the board has the final say on accreditation status. Okay, this year the recommendations were based on 2 things: the KISA action plan, and did they have a ready-to-implement action plan by the end of the year? And I'm happy to say every system in Kansas had a ready-to-implement action plan. Each one was reviewed. Each one was given feedback. That's a huge piece of this whole process. And then compliance systems were either in compliance, which means they met the standards in that area, or they were not in compliance. Compliance is tricky because you have different parts of the year, different areas making decisions. They're looking at things like dyslexia happens at this time of the year, dyslexia training, right, or screening. So it's a little tricky to follow all that, but just for the board, You just need to know they're either in compliance or not in compliance, and that was determined by a lead team here at KSDE. So the recommendations for 24-25, every system had a ready to implement action plan. And in compliance, the majority of our school systems were in compliance, but there were a few in each area, not in each area, but in some areas that were not in compliance. So, and you have that in your reports. So what do we do with those systems? We notified them. They know that they're not in compliance. They also know that what they need to do to rectify that situation. And next year, hopefully they would be in compliance. If not, something happened, they're not in compliance, that we would refer that system to the ARC for a deeper review. So based on all that, the ARC voted this year, and they voted to recommend each school system in KESA to be accredited for the 25-26 school year. So that would be the motion that would be for next month for the board. The accreditation determination process, you've seen this before, but just as an example of a system was not in compliance with dyslexia, but they met the standards in school improvement. Obviously, outcomes were not evaluated. They were notified. Next year, if they're still not in compliance with dyslexia, and then a second consecutive year, they would be notified, and then the ARC would do a deeper review. So any questions I can answer? You have two big reports. I'm always amazed at Deborah pulling together the huge PDF. I know you have a lot to look at, but the compliance report and then the action plan report. So I'll stand for any questions.
Yes, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. J, using the term deeper review, would that be going over some new data that they haven't looked at, or what?
Not generally. What we need to figure that out for compliance. A deeper review for school improvement or outcomes is an on-site review. We don't think if you're not in compliance in, let's say, dyslexia, that really warrants the ARC going on-site and asking why, or, because a lot of times people are not in compliance just because they didn't have somebody to fill out the report or hit the button, right? So it's just life happens, and that's kind of how that goes. So a deeper review by the ARC on compliance is generally us presenting to the ARC. They weren't in compliance last year. This is what happened this year. They're still not in compliance. So that's just a little bit more information for the ARC. Yeah, good question.
Yes, sir.
So you just adopted some new board goals. Did you know that today? One of those is a review of your policies and regulations. Jay's talking about compliance with those. You may be changing some of those in the future that would then impact the ARC. Compliance drives a minimum standard.
Right.
It never gets you to the excellent place you want to be, but it is a floor where you don't want to be under. And again, you're going to be reviewing all those areas over the next several months, and you may want to change some of those.
Yeah.
And then that would, Jay's team, that would reflect that, whatever you come up with.
Yeah, and that's such a good connection point. I also, when I saw the format that you used for those goals, I really liked it. Looks like the school improvement model. Love that. But the regulations, I'm so ready to have that discussion with the board because we've got really, as we look at we really can't find really strong rationale for why those 13 areas are looked at for KESA. But we also know that all state and federal laws must be followed. Mm-hmm. And really the board's, if you can say, one consequence of measure would be your accreditation. So there's really kind of categories of compliance. There are things that are directly related to school improvement. If you're not screening your kids for dyslexia, that's a huge piece, right? There are compliance areas that are just as important, but they're not as directly related to school improvement. And then you have things that are just, you must do these things. You must have kids you must have this many student contact hours in a given year, right? We have never made that connection. If a system doesn't have a schedule that results in the minimum number of student contact hours, what's the consequence, right? So we need to start having those conversations around those different types of areas.
Now, that one, our auditing team is going to ding
Yeah.
someone. Let me give you one from the 1980s, bloodborne pathogen training. It is a requirement that every year, every staff member goes through bloodborne pathogen training. So the question is, what if you don't do it? Or what if 15% of your staff doesn't do it? Should you pull accreditation? Those are the questions I think we're going to have to wrestle with, because that is bloodborne pathogen training directly related to reading improvement? I think that's a question for you to ask yourself, but it's been in there since the 1980s. And it happened during the AIDS epidemic. That's when bloodborne pathogens went into effect. So,
Yeah. Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that I qualify for groupie status. I did try to get out to as many of those events as possible, though. And I did just want to encourage the board, like, go. When he says you have this opportunity, go.
Yeah.
Listen to the administrators, listen to the teachers and those that are on the team that are in the room. I learned so much just about the individual schools from being able to sit in those meetings. But also, I'm just continuing to love KISA 2.0 because it is an improvement model. And it's not about being punitive. It's not about taking away accreditation. Like, we should never be focused on something that is ultimately going to have financial impacts, all kinds of negative impacts on a district, which means negative impacts on students. And so while it may not be perfect, it may not be great, I have confidence in your team and all of those executives around the state that are helping these districts get better. And I want to add that when I was in Wichita for the KSDE Great Ideas in Education Conference, I heard a lot of really great feedback and how much people are enjoying this process, getting to be with other districts that are like theirs. So thank you for all that you do, and pass that along to your team. Appreciate it.
I will. Thank you.
Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. J. And when you mentioned the 13 areas, I think, that you said were a part of that, it took me to a question I was going to ask, but then I thought not to. But my question is that perhaps why the improvement requirements are tied to the graduation requirements for KISA, because all those 13 areas feed into whether a student would be able to successfully matriculate through high school and graduate. I mean, some of the things like you mentioned, or even bloodborne pathogens, if that was part of it, would keep students healthy to keep them in school so that they could graduate. Because I was trying to make the connection between why schools' accreditation would be based on that 6-year or 5-year cohort, but.
Yeah, so I think that's, as Randy kind of posed the question to the board, that's for the board to really discuss each of those areas. The thing that is its direct relationship to school improvement. I think if we start there, but there are just, I mean, we don't want people to think they're not important, right? If they're not part of KISA compliance, because there are some things that if you look at that list, there are some things on that list that I would say would strengthen if we took them out of compliance. Right? That people would stop seeing them as a checkbox and more as an educational piece of this is a process that we should be following, like school. We can't mandate school improvement, right? That's not wise. And so I think just looking at each of those separately in their relation to school improvement, and then being able to categorize them, and then being able to communicate that with the field so they understand that as well.
As it relates to KISA, absolutely, but there's still state and federal laws that KSDE and us as overall have to do our best to track, and so that school districts don't get themselves in trouble, basically. But whether it belongs in KISA is the big question, right?
Yes, yep, that's where we're starting.
Yeah.
So again, because you're going to get hit up on this in public, so someone may say, so school district X is not following the law and doing Y. You have two mechanisms we don't have any enforcement on the law because it's not given in there unless it's in KISA or unless we audit against it, which is the money that flows. So an easy one is fire marshals go out and do, but fire marshals go out and do inspections, and then they tell you to a school, well, we're not letting you open. I think Ben's going through that right now.
Oh, no.
I mean, you have to correct these things or we're not going to open. So that's the law. Who enforces it? The fire marshal. We don't enforce it. So we don't have any enforcement mechanism other than two areas. The auditing process, and we can walk you through that again of what oral audits, because that's not everything, and accreditation. So again, as you wrestle with this in the road, down the road, because you'll hear from someone, why didn't you enforce that? There's no mechanism to enforce because the law didn't say how to enforce it. So those will be some of the things you're going to be wrestling with as a board also.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it. Okay. Well, looky here. We get Mr. Gordon back again. And this segues really nicely, actually, because in that idea of going through policy, going through regulations and different things, we're going to get a little bit of an overview on how all that works, I think.
And I don't know if you all noticed. Sorry, I've got to fix this. Short people, shorter people. When Beth was speaking earlier about the changing the cut scores, I happened to be in the back of the room, and I don't know if you all noticed just how happy she was to say Scott Gordon was wrong about something. So even from the back of the room and not seeing her face, I could still tell she was overjoyed. But fair enough. So regulatory law. The purpose of this presentation is kind of explain what your role is and where you fit within the overall scheme of the hierarchy of laws, if there is such a thing, and then kind of some processes that are going to be coming your way to review some of the regulations. What I have there is what I would consider to be the hierarchy of what laws kind of override or have more authority than the laws before them. And before Mark throws Article 6 at me of the U.S. Constitution, let me explain why I put the federal courts above the U.S. Constitution. As a practitioner that has questions about what the First Amendment means, I'm not going to just read the two sentences of the First Amendment. I'm going to read what the federal courts have done to interpret the U.S. Constitution. So that is why I put the federal court interpretations, the U.S. Supreme Court interpretation, obviously over the lower federal courts interpretations of the U.S. Constitution. But obviously, Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution does say it is the supreme law of the land. The U.S. Constitution is superior to any federal statutes and regulations, which are, of course, again, superior to any of the state laws if there is a conflict. There's not always a conflict, by the way. A lot of people will assume, well, if there's a federal law that says this, that means there can't be a state law that says something else. That's not always true. In fact, it's usually not true. It depends on whatever that particular law is regulating. And then again, of course, the state courts, they provide an interpretation of the state constitution. Underneath that, the legislature is allowed to adopt certain state statutes. And the lowest rung of authority, if you will, are the state agency regulations. A regulation may not conflict with state statute. The state statute cannot conflict with the state constitution. A state statute, same with a federal statute, might be changed as a result of a court opinion, and that happens fairly often. But that's kind of the hierarchy there of what law is superior, if you want to consider it that way. Below the state agency regulations is the idea of state agency policies. The state agency policies are like general direction internal. They are not necessarily intended to guide the actions of anyone outside the agency. The authority of the Kansas State Board of Education, I know you all have seen this many, many times, and I know you know that not everyone agrees on what this means. State Board of Education shall have general supervision of public schools, the educational institutions, and all educational interests of the state, except those delegated by law to the Kansas Board of Regents. There was an interpretation of this in 1973. The Peabody case is probably the most commonly cited case whenever it talks about what exactly is the authority of the State Board of Education. And it explains in that case that your supervisory powers are self-executing, which means once the legislature has established the board, which it has because you're here, and there are certain statutes that delineate what the makeup of the state board is, you may exercise your constitutional power of supervision without extra legislation. In other words, you don't have to rely on the legislature to adopt a law, and you can enact a law even if they fail to act. Layman's terms, we've got this. We don't need, generally speaking, we don't need help, except money. You need money. You do not have the power of the pocketbook. That is reserved for the legislature. So when you talk about this idea of enforcement, well, how does the legislature, how can they force the state board to do anything? Well, if they take your money away, that is probably the most obvious means by which they could enforce some of their laws. I'm just sharing with you, that's kind of, again, you don't have a blank checkbook, right? Talking specifically about regulations, this is a definition of regulation of law. It is a standard, requirement, or other policy of general application, meaning it applies outside of the board, outside of the department. It has the force and effect of law. I would tell you I kind of hate that particular clause, and it drives me nuts whenever someone says, well, it's not in law, it's just in regulation. No. If it's a regulation that's been formally adopted by this body, it is a law. Now, many times the regulations are used to implement or interpret legislation. Sometimes legislation will specifically say the state board shall adopt regulations to implement this act. An example is the Jason Flatt Act. This was adopted several years ago, and at the end of it, it does say the State Board of Education shall adopt rules and regulations necessary to implement the provisions of the Jason Flatt Act. Just out of curiosity, do any of you know which regulation actually implements the provision of this statute? You all just talked about it. It's in accreditation. It used to be a separate part. It used to be a separate set of regulations. When KSDE regulations were last updated, the agency and the board agreed, let's stop having to update the accreditation regulations every time a statute gets adopted across the state, or across the street, pardon me. Let's just have a blank clause. In order to be in compliance, you have to be in compliance with all applicable state and federal laws. Ta-da! This is an example of how the state board can enforce the Jason Flatt Act. If a school district is not providing the training that's required under that act, they would not necessarily be in compliance with state law. Not all statutes provide this. So not every act, an example is the Student Data Privacy Act. Fortunately, there is no provision in the Student Data Privacy Act that authorizes you or asks you to adopt a regulation to implement it. In fact, you're not even in the enforcing body of the Student Data Privacy Act. Fortunately, I can't say that enough. That is enforced by the Attorney General's office or district court, or pardon me, a district attorney's office. So one source are statutes. Other sources, you have specific advisory councils that are implemented generally by statute, the Professional Standards Board and the Special Education Advisory Council, SEAC. They are specifically authorized by statute to give you suggestions on regulatory changes, which you generally will follow. Sometimes you all come to us and say, you know what, this is a bad thing, or this is a good thing, we need to adopt our own regulations to address this. Sometimes the agency will come to you and say, we've got some recommendations to make based on our work on the field. And then miscellaneous, someone may come to you in open forum or public forum and suggest a change that you would want us to implement. So there's all kinds of sources on where the regulation ideas come from. A law was passed a couple of years ago that requires all state agencies in Kansas that implement rules and regulations shall review all of their regulations. And it basically put the entire state on a 5-year review cycle. Ours is coming up in a year. So we have just under a year to submit a report to the Joint Committee on Admin Rules and Regulations. And the report will summarize, we have looked at every single regulation that the state board has adopted. And we will determine whether or not it is necessary or whether or not we need to keep it as it is. If we determine it's not necessary, shall be revoked. They've made it, they kind of sped up the process. Enough state agencies were kind of complaining, saying, look, we would revoke all these regulations that we don't use, but it takes like a year and a half to get anything done on regs. So we don't bother. This is kind of the legislature said, okay, enough is enough. We're going to put in the express lane to get certain regulations revoked. Now keep in mind, revocation literally means you take the reg, you crumble it up, and you're done with it. It doesn't exist anymore. If there are revisions you want made, wish I'd done this the other way around. If there are revisions to make and you have to pull out the red pen, and by the way, if you ever show a red pen to educators, you can tell who's an educator. I'm waiting for somebody with their skin to crawl in the back. Apparently this is a bad thing. But if there are edits to make, but you're keeping the regulation, that goes through a different process. Here is a list of the chapters or the sections of regulations you all have, as well as the last time that they were updated. I will tell you the teacher licensure regulations, those are already internally in the process of being revised anyway. We haven't brought them to you yet because I still have to beat them up a little bit before they're ready to come to you. I will tell you the process internally is I try to get those regulations as close to perfect as we can because I don't want to make a whole lot of changes after the state board votes on them. So we try to get them, I beat them up a lot, I'll just put it that way. Ask any team that's had to adopt regulations how much fun that is. It's not. Driver's education was last reviewed in 1998. 91.7 is interesting. Those are the commercial driving schools. That happens to be the one that I crumbled up. We're going to be revoking that one. Driving schools, we're talking about the commercial driving schools, not a K through 12 building. Fortunately, the legislature helped us out a couple of years ago, and the Department of Revenue agreed. Department of Revenue, the DMV, they were the ones enforcing everything on the commercial driving schools anyway. So it didn't make any sense for the licensing part to be on in our sandbox. So they took it, and we're glad. But we still have to revoke those regulations, so that's going to be relatively simple. Ms. Potter, you'll love this one, 91.15.1. I didn't even know the regulation existed. It was last advised in 2005. It's a very simple, single regulation that says each local school district shall create its own policies and practices for staff, administrators, and students on how they are to behave on school grounds. Again, no one ever asked me about it until I was doing this. Didn't even know it was a thing. Vocational education was last reviewed, I think, in 1980 and 88, somewhere in there. Student teachers, for some reason, is separate from teacher licensure. I think the regulation primarily sets the requirements for what it takes to be a student teacher. It sets rules of you cannot pay a student teacher, you can't allow them to be a sub. They are to be a student teacher. Those are probably going to need to be reviewed soon. District disorganization is a single regulation and has not been touched since 1979. That probably needs to be looked at pretty soon. Please. Call it a hunch. The Professional Practices Commission, you know, the regulations that I deal with on a regular basis, we last reviewed those a year ago. I don't plan on bringing them to you again anytime soon. Food service programs, last touch in 1979. Number 29, the State School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf. Apparently there's an annuity that was created in 1978. Couldn't tell you anything about it. It's never been a thing, but it exists. So I don't even know if the annuity program still exists. Accreditation, you've seen that. That's been touched a couple of times. And again, I will tell you, Jay has some proposed changes to accreditation that will fix kind of the policy decisions you all have just agreed on. We need to amend the regulations to fit that. So those are going to be coming to you relatively soon. You see the rest of them there. ESI was last updated in 2023. I hope we never amend those again. But so that's all of the regulations that you have. That we will be going through all of them. The agency doesn't actually know this yet. I think I brought this up in a leadership meeting like 2 or 3 years ago. People gave me a hard time. Well, why are you worried about this? This isn't for 5 more years. Because I know how long this takes. So my team, which is me, will create a rubric for the agency to use. Each team will be assigned certain topic areas, basically whatever they are probably responsible for. They will need to review their own regulations. And the primary question will be, do we really need this regulation? And again, the question isn't, well, I want to make changes. The question will be, can we get rid of it? And if we can get rid of it, then we will provide that in a report to the legislature. My understanding is JCAR provides a template to all the state agencies. They have worked out, look, this is what the report is supposed to look like. I think it's a spreadsheet. We provide that information, and we eventually end up revoking the regulations that we don't need merely by publication. If I recall correctly, it doesn't even call for a separate public hearing. It's just notify the world and get rid of them. So that is the very short version of how to amend regulation or the review that's going to be happening. I didn't go into the weeds on what the process is like whenever you want to adopt or amend new regulations. I was going to save that for the next time you have regulations brought to you, but Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions about that anyone may have.
Thank you, sir. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm wondering why you went to Section 2 but skipped Section 5 of the Constitution then when you were describing the powers of the SEAs and the LEAs?
Because the SEA, Section 5 having to do with the local school districts control themselves?
Right, well, that's Section 5, that was, I mean, I've mentioned this before, the state, the case annotations for, boy, and this is really your kind of area, state ex-rel, whatever that means, versus Board of Education 212, 1973 as well. And it just, there's two parts here. On case annotation number 2, it says local boards supervise the schools. That's Blaine versus Board of Education. And then number 3, State Board of Education possesses general supervisory powers over the district boards. And so Section 5 is very important to understanding the Constitution, because where Section 2 just generally says, you know, you have control of the schools, but the Section 5 is a vehicle by which you have that control, because it has an interjectory sentence, and you could read it. It says local public schools under the general supervision of the State Board of Education shall be maintained, developed, and operated by locally elected boards. If you take out the interjection, it just reads local public schools, leave that out, shall be maintained, developed, and operated by locally elected boards. So that kind of puts us in our place as to who we are to those elected local boards, so that it kind of keeps us from presuming to control those schools, because that is left to those elected local boards, leaving us to just the general supervisory powers, which is the relationship with those local boards, which is what I've been saying is very, very, very important for us to develop. And I've been talking to a number of legislative friends about this, that this interpretation needs to be, I think, more defined legislatively, because clearly there's disagreement here. And I think that that was one of the things I perceived just sitting out in the audience these last 4 or 5 years. Is a lot of times superintendents are coming and presenting to the boards, and I was like, why are the local boards not coming and talking to the state board members? That's relationship. They have the same, you know, fiduciary responsibilities. Staff has a different responsibility than elected people. Elected people answer to the constituents, and staff, they answer to the schools. If you're a superintendent and you get $1 million tomorrow, you're going to, if you're doing your job. Whereas the local board member may or may not get that $1 million, depending on their constituents. They have different important goals. They're both important. But when we interject staff into the chain of command of the elected people, and we're not building the relationships on that elected chain of command, where I think parents being involved with their local boards, the local boards being involved with their state board, and the state board being involved with their legislators, and having this really good relationship on the elected side of things, so that we're working together as a team, rather than interjecting the superintendents in between the local boards and the state board, and interjecting the Department of Education in between the state board and the legislators. But I just feel like they should be two separate, very effective chains of command. They both have very important functions, but one is broken. And I think it's broken by the other, because the other meets all the time. And so that's my point of view, and that's why I think that Section 5 of our Constitution is so important for understanding Section 2, because Section 5 is more detailed. So, my thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's what it says. I was only talking about the authority to adopt regulations and the supervisory authority and the fact that you don't have to have a statute to adopt a regulation. For example, there's no statute in place anymore for ESI. That's completely dictated by regulation. But yeah, no, the Constitution does say you're not the local school board. In fact, I think we've told some of you on the past, stop acting like the local school board. That's their responsibility. Yeah, that's true.
But we should have a relationship with them and be able to talk with them and have them lean on us. That's what we're there for, to be leaned on by those local school boards, have a relationship with them and help them. That's what I want to be with my local school boards. I campaigned on it. I'm going to keep doing it.
Did you have something, Mark?
I'm not exactly sure where to start because there's so much in that. I just want to go on record that a lot of this I've had a number of conversations with Board Member Potter. I don't think you can make the kind of overgeneralizations that she does. Having a relationship with a local school board members, superintendent, parents, that's far different than what a court might say as to the level of supervision and control that the state board has. On a very, very high level, the state board sets policy, education policy. We don't hire and fire superintendents, board members. They're separate boards. So we have I just want to be sure that it's clear on the record that the absence of any debate on that somebody reviewing this would then say that all of the things that Board Member Potter said are 100% accurate. There's a lot in there. I've had private conversations where I disagree with her characterization, and I've encouraged her to continue to have positive relationships with school boards, superintendents, with the local, but we don't make those decisions. The board doesn't and shouldn't. And so when General Counsel Gordon says things like, we say you don't want to be overstepping your bounds. We need to be careful with that. And I think that some of the things that Board Member Potter has said overstate this board's goal, and I'm sure she can have the last word if you permit it. I'm not going to have a debate at this level. I just want to be sure that I've put on the record that I don't agree with her characterization.
Well, I believe I should be able to respond.
We're not having a discussion, though. Attorney Ferguson just wanted to make it clear.
I'm just saying
what
I
he
don't
said.
speak for the board. When I have my relationship with my local boards, I'm not speaking for the board, so I think that needs to be very clear.
Okay, we're good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Are you
I'm good. I'm
good?
just, if there's any questions for me.
No, that was huge for me personally. I really looking forward to digging into, and we probably have some more conversation about how all of that looks as far as the board goes as we dig into those regulations. It's great to hear the revocation thing, though. Wow, I did not realize that. So that'll be fun. Crumpling
I'm
papers.
sure there's people sitting in the desk right now like, what do you mean? I don't want to review regs. But we're going to have to do that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. Oh, looks like Michelle has a comment.
Madam Chair, so did you say all those regulations were implemented by the Board of Education at some point over the years? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
The only thing I would add, yeah, all of 91, that's all state board. Now, they are published as Department of Education regs. I don't know why, but I will tell you that we have always relied upon the state board's self-executing authority. You all have the authority to do that, the department does not. Right. So that's why we always come to you for consent and permission to do those on your behalf. So,
great.
In case anybody tries to say, well, that's not a state board regulation, that's a department, they're the same thing.
So I guess in the midst of any kind of conversation in that would be, I assume, so I don't want to just assume, I want to say you will be looking at these with priority of where you think we should start to give us your recommendations. There's a couple of those you're like, we really need to look at that, like, so we could lean into the areas that you feel really have a high priority.
So basically, the deadline is going to be the same for all of them. I think some of these are going to take longer to go through than others. I will tell you 9151, and in all candor, there's one of those that's sitting on my desk to get moved forward, so that will be updated.
Okay.
No, I apologize. That wasn't driver's ed. That was school bus safety. Anyway.
Okay.
Some of these, they may not need to be touched. The district disorganization, the regulation may not need to be touched.
But we need to look at
Right?
it.
I think you want to look at your own policies on that and on how to do it. Professional practices, we just did that. So some of them are going to take longer than others.
Sure.
Again, some of these people are going, I imagine staff are going to look at them and say, I have no idea what this is, and we don't even know who's in charge of it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Dennis?
Well, this has been fun.
I'm so glad.
If law can be fun. I just want to say, I agree with Mark, if I understood what you say, that he thinks that the U.S. Constitution should be at the top of that inverted pyramid. And the reason why...
He's allowed to be wrong. It's okay.
No.
Sorry.
But the Constitution is like, I always think of that as like a set in concrete.
Yep.
And the Supreme Court, they reverse decisions.
Yeah.
So I know it's interpreted, but I just thought that was really interesting. I thank you for showing us that.
Well, Dennis, I'll give you an example. Where in the Constitution does it say you have a right to privacy? Let me back up. Do you believe you have a right to privacy?
It's in one of the articles, isn't it?
No. The word privacy is nowhere in the U.S. Constitution.
And neither is a wall of church.
Courts have interpreted the First and the Fourth Amendment to say you have a right to be left alone, and they have expanded upon those rights to give you a certain right to privacy. And they base that on the Constitution, Amendment 1 and Amendment 4. So that's why I say I'm not going to just read number 4 or number 1 to say, okay, yeah, right to privacy is clearly there. It may be implied. The word freedom doesn't show up until the First Amendment. It's not in there anywhere. The word democracy is nowhere in the U.S. Constitution.
It is not.
I know.
But we still rely on these things from the courts.
Okay.
So that's why in my pyramid, that's why I put them above.
Interpretation.
Yeah. For practically speaking, that's where I'm going to look. And I kid you not, on Westlaw, I looked shortly beforehand, there are over 103,000 references just to the First Amendment.
Wow. I can
Very
believe that.
And no, I have not read all those.
I just, and for me, see, this is, we learned about the Constitution stuff when I was in school, but it's like, it's great to have discussion like this. It's very important, and that we know who we are and how we should be thinking, and
I had a question I had to answer for you all about whether or not someone could carry a concealed firearm into a school if they are an employee. You're not going to find that answer just reading the Second Amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So anyway, that's
Connie.
off my soapbox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, I hope you can answer very quickly. Okay, in the legislature, they'll pass a law, and the law might have to have rules and regulations written over here. And the law has a sunset, okay? Say 5 years, we want to sunset this law. How does that affect the rules and regulations that you wrote to affect that law? Do they sunset too, or do you keep them on the books? That's my question.
The best example I could think of is the emergency safety intervention regulations that are currently in place. When those were being debated several years ago, we were already in the process of amending, or the state board was in the process of amending the regulations. We were in the home stretch. The legislature decided they also wanted to bite at the apple, and they wanted to make sure that the state board didn't pull the rug out from underneath anyone, right? And adopted, they passed the freedom from unsafe, do you remember exactly what it's called? Don't use ESI too much, law, right? That had a sunset provision. The regulations that were adopted by the state board did not have a sunset. And in fact, I will tell you there were conversations with the Attorney General's office at the time about, well, wait a minute, don't you have to sunset your regulations to match the statute? And we argued successfully, no, because the state board can adopt these regulations without the statute. And that's exactly what the state board did. So even though that ESI statute or that bill has sunset, And fortunately, everyone agreed to allow it to sunset because there were changes that needed to be made that we couldn't make until the statute was gone.
Gotcha.
So unless we put a sunset provision in the regulation, which I don't think we have a single sunset provision in any of our regs, it may be buried somewhere that I haven't seen, but so no, the very not short way of answering your question is no, we don't have to sunset it just because the statute does.
Scott, to follow up with that though, is that true of other agencies?
Most agencies do not have that
Self-executing
authority,
power.
self-executing authority.
Yeah.
That's what makes it different.
Yeah, that's what makes it very different in the rules and the regs that you can adopt and enforce.
I know you were, but we're really tight, and I'm going to have to keep this moving, so we're going to have to keep going here. We're going to move on. Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon. I appreciate that as we dive into any changes we need to make and clean up in regulations. Next up is, oh, where are we at? Do we need a break? We need a break. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna take a quick, let's do a quick 5-minute break, okay? And then we'll be right back at 4:27.
And
To apologize
when you come
to
back,
Lynn.
no, it's fine. 15, 16, 18, and okay, just wanted to go clear. Not all of them. So.
Yeah, that's okay.
I hope that was okay. I hope it was okay. I mean, I just didn't. I was afraid it would just be quiet on it. So we'll
We're going to get back to it.
Fantastic.
Well, Ms. Catherine, we have Evaluation Review Committee recommendations. This is a receive item.
Yes,
So let's see what you got for us.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the board, thank you for letting me come before you. I have for you receive item on the Evaluation Review Committee's July. Do I need to be louder? I can be louder. Okay. Receive item from the Evaluation Review Committee's July meeting, which you would then vote on next month. So just a reminder, because I always come a couple months apart from each other, and I know I blink and then I have to be reminded what the pattern is. So these are reviews of the individual license programs offered by the colleges and universities. And that process is each program has to be peer reviewed as part of the university education unit's overall accreditation, including if it is brand new and hasn't got going yet. And then it's reviewed separately from all the things that are continuing. So the program writes a report of how they are aligned to all of the preparation standards for that license area. That is then reviewed by an expert team from P12 and higher ed that teach that content area. They write up an initial report that goes back to the university. We found all of these standards fully covered. We couldn't find part of this standard covered, or we don't know why you gave us this key assessment and how it fits. The program then replies to that and said, well, here is what we're using to cover this part of the standard. Here is how this key assessment fits. We're going to add something else to reinforce that because you felt it was weak. Once the review committee is comfortable to push the review forward, it goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, which is a standing committee under the Professional Standards Board. They are formed of 4 classroom educators, 4 classroom P12 administrators, 4 higher ed administrators, and 1 at-large member. They look at everything again. They go back through the first submission, the response, and the final report, and they have the authority to say, well, that's a stupid area for improvement. We found that answer. Cross that one off. I don't understand how that thing is phrased. Let's rephrase this thing. They can also say, well, I couldn't find X that nobody else mentioned, so we're going to add an area for improvement. I try to avoid that part because it is harder for the program to reply. So sometimes it takes a while with the back and forth with the content-specific review team. But once the Evaluation Review Committee looks at it, they make an initial vote and recommendation about whether to approve the program. I then send that to the university to accept or to request a hearing with the Evaluation Review Committee to give more information. Once that Evaluation Review Committee recommendation is final, I bring it to you all. There are 3 possible decisions. If it's a continuing program and there are no major concerns, it could be approved for up to 7 years. If it is new, or if there are major concerns, and so either way, it could be approved with stipulation for 2 years. New programs can be extended to a 3rd year if they're trying to recruit somebody to come sign up. And then it can be not approved, which is the other one I try to avoid. So you haven't seen any of those, or maybe only one. So those are the flow chart of how things go through. So I have for you continuing programs from Emporia State University, all recommended with all standards met and no areas of concern. They are building leadership, chemistry, district leadership, English language arts 612, that one was reviewed against the English standards, and the 5 science of reading criteria. Gifted, health, instrumental music, vocal music, physical education, speech theater, and world languages. All recommended with all standards met, no areas of concern. The other I have for you is a proposed new program from Kansas State University. So as a new program, it can only be recommended for approval with stipulation, because they're going to take it out of blueprint once you authorize it. And then we want to check in as soon as they've had 2 semesters of operation to see how it's going. So this is an innovative elementary education unified limited residency program meaning it uses that Elementary Education Unified license area, which I forgot to put on here, is initial level license. You can get that from 0, and it covers grades K through 6. Elementary Unified has more special ed incorporated into the standards than kind of plain elementary. And you notice they have different grade levels. Elementary Unified is K6, regular, plain elementary is pre-K6. It is a LERP program, meaning that they are practicing as a resident in the P12 school while they're taking coursework. Yes, ma'am, you're getting ready to click something, I can tell.
Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're on that, I'm kind of curious with the new program. After 2 semesters, what kind of useful information are they able to provide?
Did they have to make any changes in getting it going? Did they have to reorganize the program of study? Did they find that one of their key assessments was not working the way they wanted? And so they use a different key assessment.
So they get it up and running, and then they have to see, is everything going as we thought it would?
Yep.
So it's basically where they're able to tweak what they're doing?
Okay. And they write this progress report that says, this is what we changed, and why we felt we had to change it.
And so moving forward, then we're able to tell if this is really going to be effective instead of, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if you said it, I apologize, but what's the innovative part of that?
That it is one of those limited residency programs. So they are in the P12 classroom as opposed to in the college classroom while they are learning this material.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And they're able to work under that LERP license? They're called license?
Yeah.
While they are taking their college courses.
Is it a restricted license?
It's
Joe?
not restricted,
Not restricted?
because restricted means you showed up with the content degree in hand. And LERP.
Madam Chair. So this is the non-traditional license. It's the limited elementary one that individuals have to have a degree already.
Okay.
This is a master's level program that they're looking at, but this one's also a undergrad one. So they can come in with a degree working on this. They have that non-standard license or pre-service license that when they complete the program, they can then get that initial license with that EU or Elementary Education Unified.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Any other questions?
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. And then Catherine will be back next month for approval.
Yes, ma'am.
Or not.
Or not, but I try to avoid that.
Right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Joe. Okay. Up next, item 16. This is about receiving request to contract with America Learns for AmeriCorps Performance Progress and Financial Reporting. Dr. Jessica Dorsey. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, hello. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I know it hasn't been very long since we've been here talking about AmeriCorps, and I also wanted to thank you for your approval of the 25-26 AmeriCorps programs. The 24 programs were reinstated, and the 25 programs have now been funded and are going to begin in September. So we're really excited about the impact that they'll continue to have in our education systems across the state. So I'll try to keep this really brief. I didn't even think that it warranted a PowerPoint presentation because you have most of everything I would tell you in a PowerPoint right there in front of you. But I did want to call your attention to 2 things that I think are important. The first is that you might be thinking, gosh, this is a large sum of money that you want to spend on something that captures reporting. Couldn't we just do something like that in-house? So if you look at the breakdown of the cost, you'll see what's unique about AmeriCorps is that in addition to the progress reporting and financial reporting, which you find with pretty much any federal grant, there is a large amount of the funds that's going for member files and timekeeping. AmeriCorps is different in that the dollars are going to a program so they can recruit people power. The AmeriCorps people the AmeriCorps members that they recruit, there are very specific requirements for what those members have to do, the way they have to keep their timekeeping, the way that we go through sort of the examination of the member at the beginning to make sure that they've met all of the requirements. And we have to keep all of that documentation for 7 years so that the member can continue to draw down their education award. And in case there's any questions, we have that documentation. We used to keep that all by paper in these huge binders, and every time we monitored a program, which was annually, we would drive out, spend 3 days with the program, pour through their member files, look at all of the member paper timekeeping and everything, and it was a tremendous use of our staff time to do that. With the America Learns member files and timekeeping, they do their timekeeping in the America Learns system. It's maintained for 7 years. It has all of the places and spaces for them to put their background checks, all of their identification documents, all of their, evaluation reports that they're doing, in addition to the financial and progress reporting part of the AmeriCorps grant. So that's why it's such a costly system, is because we're purchasing that member file and timekeeping system. But let me tell you, we reap the benefits in terms of the staff time that we get back. Now for monitoring, we drive nowhere. We send a letter and say, hey, in 30 days, we're going to monitor your member files. We hop into the system, we click on the member, we look at their member files, we go to the timekeeping, we make sure that they didn't start earning time before they had their background check completed and all of the various things that we have to do there. And then we're done. I mean, we have taken what used to take days on end down to a matter of hours for every program for their monitoring. So it's been a tremendous blessing to us in the couple of years that we've been using this system now. The other thing that I wanted to say is you might be wondering, where does this money come from? So the money actually comes from AmeriCorps. So AmeriCorps grants the money to us. We flow it through to the programs. The programs budget a line item called the AmeriCorps Oversight and Support Fee, which is based proportionally on the number of members they have, because that's why the cost is so expensive. And then we send them an invoice, they send us the money, and we pay for the America Learn system. That's the only thing that we use the oversight and support fee for, is the America Learn system. So we tweak it annually to make sure that we're not bringing in more money than we need from the programs. But this is not state dollars that go to the America Learn system. It's from the flow through from AmeriCorps to us, to the programs, and then back.
Well, thank you. With even out of PowerPoint, you did a great job. Thank you very much. Did anybody have any questions for her to get, any understanding you need? And like I said, it is a receive item, so she'll be back next month for the vote. Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and as we approved in the agenda, number 17 is not on the list any longer, so we will move on to number 18, which is the McKinney-Vento funds, funding for homeless children and youth. And Maureen Tabasco, hello.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me, Madam Chair, Dr. Watson, members of the board. I have a very, very short PowerPoint because most of what I could share with you was already in the materials that I forwarded through Deborah. How do I advance the PowerPoint? There's a keyboard. Tricky. Okay. There we go. Okay. Right? I didn't see a keyboard. It's way down here. Okay. So just really quickly, my name's Maureen. I've been the McKinney-Vento State Coordinator since August of 2018. So right about 7 years. For those of you who are maybe not quite familiar with the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness, what we're talking about are students and youth who have lost their housing due to a hardship and are currently experiencing a lack of regular, fixed, and adequate housing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on all those categories because I feel like if you have questions, we can roll through the slides pretty quick and then get to the questions at the end. So included in those categories would be if you've lost your housing and you're sharing housing with friends or family, that's what we call doubled up. If you have lost your housing and you're temporarily staying in hotels, motels, shelters, or if you're staying in a place that is not designed to be a permanent housing situation, a bus stop, a library, a 24-hour convenience store, campground, that sort of thing. So in addition, these next slides kind of touch on some items that are not. I tried to pick some things that were not in the information that I submitted to you. And keep in mind, I have 23-24 data up here. I have not pulled the 24-25 data yet. I need to do that, but I haven't done it yet. So in 23-24, we had 8,799 students reported homeless under McKinney-Vento eligibility. 198 LEAs identified at least one McKinney-Vento student, so that's about 69%. 88 reported zero, so that's about 30%. Statewide, the percentage of students experiencing homelessness was 1.8. That's a little below the national average for that year. If we want to look at this bar, I like pictures, I like bars. So in 2020, you can see that our numbers for total enrollment of McKinney-Vento numbers have been going up. We were somewhere in 2020 around 5,400. Now we're up to 8,799. My guess, even though I haven't pulled the numbers for 24-25, is that number will go up again. We're going to look at this in a different kind of way, just housing situations. So I mentioned that doubled up, staying with friends or family. That's about 6,900 of our total identified staying in shelters, 850, hotels, motels, and so forth. Unsheltered, those would be that category that I mentioned, even if you're staying in a campground or a car or a library, that would be considered unsheltered. Thankfully, we did not have that many, but any is too many in that category, or any category for that matter. Of the districts that were recommended, these were the districts, recommended for funding. These are the same districts you have in your spreadsheet. I do believe we got all of that information pulled in. This group of 13 districts represents about 5,142 identified McKinney-Vento students, so roughly 58% of our total HCY population for 23-24. And I ruled through those super fast, but I wanted to give you all plenty of time for questions. I yield to questions.
Thank you. Dennis?
Yeah, thank you, Maureen. Can you give us a definition between fostering? I mean, the foster care system is big also, and
it is.
Is there movement between these two programs where children become more permanent?
In 2016, under ESEA, the provision of awaiting foster care was removed from McKinney-Vento eligibility. So no, if you're McKinney-Vento, you're not foster care. If you're foster care, you're not McKinney-Vento eligibility. There are a couple vectors that you can get there. If you're a foster family and everybody loses their housing, let's say the house experiences a natural disaster, and now the foster family as a whole is homeless, then yes, they could be both. The other way for a student to move from foster to McKinney-Vento is when they age out, and this happens a lot. They're liberated from the home, they have nowhere to go.
Okay.
That does happen.
So when they turn 18 or whatever, then they can just be out on the street and
correct.
Okay. Is how much movement between school districts does this plan, if one of these 13 districts, a child gets, let's say because they're doubling up with relatives and they're living halfway across the state and they move to another relative
sure.
that's in a district that isn't funded, what happens then?
So what we're talking about with these 13 districts, these are just districts that are going to receive additional grant funding. McKinney-Vento requirements apply to all 286 districts, whether you get this funding or not. So school of origin rights do apply. So if I'm in a district, we can pick one at random, Shawnee Mission. I'm doubled up in Shawnee Mission, something bad happens, and I have to move to Olathe, okay? My school of origin is in Shawnee Mission, and I have the right to continue going to school in Shawnee Mission, even if I'm staying temporarily in Olathe.
So part of the issue is transportation, and
Correct.
I'm hearing more about foster care than I want to know, really, and the problems there, and it just seems like wherever there's children that are at risk and they're moved around so much, sometimes in half a dozen different districts in a school year.
True.
It's just disturbing to know that their lives are so unsecure, I guess is the word.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for your information.
Yeah, you're most welcome.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How do we monitor all these? If they're saying they're living in the park, how do we know they're living in a park?
It's a good question, and that's where our local liaisons come into play. I can't personally know the individual status of all 8,799 students. Right. So we rely heavily on the district liaisons to monitor where those kids are, make sure they're getting their services. We can do well checks with SROs in the district and that sort of thing, but if they're staying in the car and they're living in a park, they could be at any park at any time. That's where communication with the district liaison is extremely important.
And every district has one, correct?
Correct. Every district has a liaison.
Yeah. Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since the trend seems to be going up, the numbers keep going up. And this is what I think I talked about a year ago. We used to know, like in our churches, like 20 years ago, we used to know when people were these issues were happening. If people are just going in, or the government's just going in, and then they're getting them hooked up to services, how is the community going to know if, like, what's happening there? Why people are maybe losing their homes or out on the streets, or how is a community supposed to help that and increase that? And it seems like it's happening over and over in the same communities. Now, these people are not coming in from other states. They've lost their home or showed up in a park or whatever. They're from Kansas. They were residents of Kansas. They've been here forever. Or is this something that's just happening? I mean, it just seems like the trend keeps going up. And how am I, as a person in Olathe, going to help, combat that if I don't even know who who's suffering, who's going through that?
So our districts have continuums of care. For instance, I took part in the huge back-to-school McKinney-Vento event in USD 233, and all of the members of the continuum of care were there. The churches, various churches, all of the community groups that assist. So in the big districts, the liaison has their pulse on the continuum of care. But the housing status is not something that is public information to everybody, okay? So there is a little bit of confidentiality there, but the liaisons have their finger on the pulse of what's happening in the community. And they can't do it without their faith-based assistance. They just can't. Did that answer your question at all?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I know there's different things that we do within the community to help, and we don't always know where that is going to. We're like, hey, we're doing this drive, or we're doing this, or backpacks, or whatever, and we don't always get to see the end product of that. We just know that is going to a good cause. Yeah. But I was just trying to figure out if the numbers are going to be growing, like I saw that trend on that on your PowerPoint. I'm just thinking, we're not eradicating anything. It's gone worse. So what are we doing as a whole, or what are we doing what are we doing?
Well, if you're asking for the reasons behind homelessness under McKinney-Vento definition, that's a very long conversation, but I can tell you lack of affordable housing and lack of living wages are monstrously big in that. I also can tell you that many of our McKinney-Vento families are not without jobs. Some of them are holding down two or three jobs, and if there's teenagers that are available to be participating, some of them are working as well. So it's a housing cost, it's a living wage cost, it's childcare costs, all of the things that we hear all the time rolled into one.
We could be here for hours.
We
on
could.
On the problems on that, so, yeah. But
You're 100% correct. Yeah.
And then there's a long list of, there's not just one thing causing it, but
there's not.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I just kind of want to add on to that, because being in the community and talking to a lot of the kids, it's amazing how many teenagers, their parents have kicked them out. And if you've ever gone to a facility where
it's okay, Betty. Deep breath.
I went into a residential facility. There were 13-year-olds there. And so I was saying, what happened here? And I am being told these kids have nowhere to go. So they go and they commit a crime.
So they can have a roof over their heads.
So they could have a safe place to sleep or a meal to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And there are so many people that want to say, oh, they want this. No, a child does not want to have to live on the street. And you say, well, there are places that can help, but there are kids that don't know that. When you have a 13-year-old that goes into a Quick Trip and grab a candy bar because they want to be arrested, because they have nowhere to sleep, those are real things that's happening to kids. And you think about us as adults. I don't know if I could, if I could navigate through that. I get very emotional. I learned when I go to some of these graduations, don't ever wear mascara, because it would be streaming down your face when you hear of the trials that kids have gone through. It's not like it used to be, and it's not, I've oftentimes told Michelle this, you're a great mom, but there are so many kids that don't have a great mom. There's so many kids that are experiencing this through no fault of their own, and I just wanted to add into that, because if ever you get out and you talk to kids that are struggling and you hear their stories, it is surprising. And when you think about the number that's growing, there's also a number of people who don't care about their kids, don't advocate for their kids. It's easier to put them out than to feed them. This is real. This is the real world, and it's happening. I just wanted to add that on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Jim?
You said something that, thank you. You said something that was very important, and I think is terribly misunderstood. There is a belief that if you're homeless, you're lazy.
Correct.
And that is absolutely false. There may be, that's probably true in some cases. There are people, single mothers, that are one flu epidemic and missing 3 days of work from being homeless, are going hungry. So to make the assumption that you're lazy or you want to do this is just flat false. And like Betty's emotional, it makes me angry. Different emotions, same results. When we blame the victim for things that they cannot control, and you're right, about not having affordable housing and not having living wages.
I appreciate your comment on that. And those of us who took part in the poverty paradigm, right, we got a chance to kind of see some of that firsthand, even if we didn't have lived experience. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to Betty's. It is heartbreaking. I've heard of, because we have the children's home in Wichita, so you hear stories about that and stuff. And I had to leave the room because some of the stories just, oh my word.
Yeah.
But I always try to keep things in a bigger picture. And I didn't attend the poverty thing. My family has had good and bad times, and my parents went through divorce, and I can tell you, I think my sister spent a fairly good part of her senior year living in a car. So, you know, we've been there, done that. But what I like to keep in perspective is that these children are a very small portion of our whole student population, and we need to make decisions on behalf of the whole student population, not take everybody down to that level. Because like even in our family, I had a good family. They went through divorce, our family fell apart, and we went through a couple of years of, I think my brother missed like 89 days of school. So, I mean, it was bad for about a couple of years. And then we were good again. So there's times, and so some things are fleeting, and some things are because, man, their parents mentally ill, and it's never going to be good for them. I mean, the kids, I had to leave the room. I couldn't even hear what they were dealing with anymore. Those just need to be taken from their home. They need protection from bigger places than us. We're not Child Protective Services, you know. And so having the proper reporting and the proper response from the state on that is probably the biggest key. Trish and I have talked a bit for that.
Maureen, it's my understanding, and normally, and I think we just had a little bit of a hiccup in timing of with the agenda. So normally you are dispersing these funds in August. Is that true? So if we wait, it kind of holds things up for the districts if we wait till the September board meeting to approve this?
It does.
Okay.
So you're correct.
I want to put it out to the board. If we want to, as a board, speed this along and just get it done, I mean, that's entirely, like I said, I'm just putting it out there because I had that information. So I leave it to the board to choose. Betty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't get my mouse down there. And thank you for that information. You know, and actually, I am prepared to make a motion that we suspend the rules, and if so, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education suspend the rules for voting on the receive an action item and take action on this this month.
Okay, do I have a second? Melanie or Beryl, whichever you want to grab. Okay, so on the motion to suspend the rules, everybody in favor? Opposed? Okay, 8-2. And so, I don't know, I know we don't have it on our things, but it is on the board materials if you have those in front of you, or if you can wing it because you know how it rolls. Just make sure we're saying the Kinney Vento, or I can read because I'm staring at it, whichever.
That'd be good.
Okay.
That would be good.
It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education approve recommendations for funding the 25-26 McKinney-Vento Education of Homeless Children and Youth Grants. Do I have a second? Beryl. All in favor? Eight. All opposed? Present not voting. Okay. 8-2. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate your willingness to suspend the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming before us.
Do you have a motion?
Okay, so next on our agenda is the executive session. So give us just a moment and we'll have that.
I move the State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of negotiations for matters which would be deemed privilege and attorney-client relationship. And we would like to invite Commissioner Watson, our attorney Mark Ferguson, Luann Barron, Superintendent of Kansas School for Deaf, and Kim Braithwaite, interpreter. The session will begin at 5:10.
However long, I think we discussed that we probably should use 40 minutes if
For 40
that's the
minutes.
pleasure of the board.
No action will be taken during the session, and open meeting will resume in the board at 5:50 p.m.
Just for clarification, if you don't mind, there's two separate legal justifications for going into executive session, both attorney-client privilege to receive legal advice, and part of this is I didn't script out the motion
No,
for you,
that's okay.
and I probably confused it, and the separate legal justification is to discuss items as part of negotiations under the Professional Negotiations Act.
Okay. Thank you.
Do I have a second? Jim is the second on that. We have comments, Debbie?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm not sure after last month that I'm comfortable with executive session until I know where the lines are. And I do know that in past executive sessions, we've reached a consensus on various items, and they've shown up in later meetings. I've got that copied. But I understand that they're going to be seeking a consensus that we're okay with what is going on. So I said, you stated in the motion that there would be no action taken, but I would want no consensus taken unless we're going to follow up with a vote afterwards for me to participate in this, because we have KSA 754319C. No binding action may be taken in executive session, but a consensus is allowed. If a consensus is achieved, an open and formal vote must be taken in open session. I think that is a part that we have been missing on, because I have felt like we have reached consensus. That was my confusion last month. It was the first time I felt like I didn't understand what the consensus was that we reached. And that was what I was trying to understand, is what is happening. And it was shut down, and I was left unclear. I'm still unclear. And so what I'm trying to, I mean, I can give you examples of consensus from the past that have been stated out. You know, how did we handle the Dear Colleague letter? You know, we come back here and talk about that. And then it's presented to us. So I'm just not comfortable, and that's fine if I'm not comfortable. I do know I asked Mr. Ferguson earlier, and he said he would be seeking a consensus in general, and so I just wanted to be assured that we would have a vote if a consensus is reached before I participated.
You're welcome. I think you're welcome to go ahead and make a motion if you want, and see if you can get a second. And
Well,
you
let's-
better change.
well, it's
You
the
better
law.
change the time.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yeah,
better
we're
change
back
the
to-
time
Okay,
also.
I want to hear from Board Attorney Ferguson on what was just said about the consensus.
Well, I guess first of all, you're not obligated to participate in executive session. If you want to excuse yourself, you certainly may. I would remind that executive session is confidential, and particularly when it deals with professional negotiations and attorney-client privilege. So the information that is shared in that is confidential, and I reinforce that because your reference was that you could seek feedback and input from a parent who attended a previous meeting. That's not the purpose of this executive session. So if you want to be excused, you can. I believe that if you're excused and you're not participating in the dialogue and conversation to be fully updated and informed, that you should be excluded from a vote on this subject when it comes back around to come to the board, because that's the purpose, is to give you a full update and have questions answered and to participate in the dialogue. There are different things that can be conducted in executive session, and it's not always that you come out and have a vote. You can seek some general consensus without taking a straw poll. If you do that and you do a head count, then yes, you must take a vote. But I don't recall saying consensus, but I basically would say yes, when you're discussing positions of the negotiation team, I would be seeking some feedback and some direction from the board as a whole as to whether or not it is supportive of the positions that the KSD negotiation team are taking in this, because eventually this will come back as a board action if there is tentative agreement reached between the parties. Not sure if I answered all the questions, but those are all that came to mind, so I'm happy to address
I'll
it.
assert a point of order. I am allowed to vote when this body votes, and if something comes about on the agenda next month for vote that has to deal with these negotiations, I've attended a meeting and I have my own opinions I have formed, and I don't have to participate in executive session in order to have my vote.
That would be your point of view, and I thank you for stating that. We'll deal with that. So, Board Member Potter, are you saying you are not going to participate should this vote go through?
All I asked is for clarification that we would comply with Kansas state law, that we're not allowed to reach a consensus in executive session. As long as I'm assured we're not going to reach a consensus, then I'm fine.
We are going to receive information and
Okay.
give feedback.
But we're not going to reach a consensus then.
Well, I don't know how you can. We're not going to take a straw poll, but there may be some directions from the board to their team appointed by the board. There is a member, just for the record, there is a member of the state board that's part of the negotiation team. There's a superintendent of the school, a separate agency. You have the attorney. So you are delegating some authority to continue to negotiate. So if you want to portray that as consensus, I don't think that's that word really technically applies in this situation, but we are soliciting feedback and direction as to whether or not the positions that are being taken at the bargaining table are with the authority and direction of the board.
So, Board Member Potter, with that statement, are you willing to be in executive session?
I'll be in the executive session unless I sense we're reaching a consensus, I suppose.
And the only other thing I'd say, because I want this on the record, if you think there was a violation of the Open Meetings Act at the last board meeting, then you have an obligation to raise that, articulate that, and to advance that, and not just take pot shots out of context in a subsequent board meeting in a separate motion and topic that's going into executive session. So I think that's a separate issue, but when you're saying that there was a violation, then I think that needs to be addressed separately. Needs to be.
I believe
you need
so.
to
I said I was uncomfortable.
I'm not interrupting you, so don't interrupt me. You need to put that in writing and present that to the board, or in some way formalize that, because I don't think that just letting that dangle out there and hang is that's great. Well, then, but it'll be received separately and addressed by the board chair.
Thank you. We're going to move on with the vote.
We can't vote.
We can't vote. Oh, we're past time. Okay, we have to start over.
We got to change time. So now we're going to go in at
Is your mic on?
5:20.
5:20.
And then whoever made the motion, the second would have to agree to that, correct, Mark?
Yeah, make this.
5:20, and we're going to resume in the board at
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay.
Who made the motion?
Kenny made the motion, Jim seconded it, so Jim agrees that we can amend the motion. So, Danny, if you want to go ahead and read, are we good, or do we need to read it fully out?
We good?
You're good to vote now.
Okay, great. Okay, we've amended that for the time. All in favor? All opposed? Present, not voting. 901, we will go into session at 5:20, so we'll take a 7-minute break. Until then, please be back here on time. Okay, we are back in open session. There is no action, and we are adjourning now at 6:01 until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So thank you, board. Good evening.